identifying your weak points, making your own cards, and then utilizing your pre-made deck to solve those cards.
Right. Okay.
What are study tools, techniques, schedules you would recommend? More on the financially easy side. So I'm assuming that means you want to keep it minimal, which is great because I don't think I've ever spent that much money to study. Anki is free, which is the flashcard app I use. Quizlet is also free. So those two apps I would definitely recommend. And especially for undergrad, I use Quizlet a lot. So utilize those flashcards, utilize those techniques, and that will definitely be financially feasible and works like a charm. We'll say that.
Great.
Mental health in medical school. Great. How is mental health at medical school, and how important is it to people to have access to counselors and mental health meetings? It's very important. Like, I can't stress this enough. Medical school is hard, and it's probably the first time in your life that you're going to realize you have a life outside of medical school. Like, you're going to need to learn to be a physician, but you're also going to need to learn to be a human being. And by that, I mean, like, there will be things that happen in medical school where you're going to have to be like, wow, I don't even know how to manage this. Like, for example, I ruptured my Achilles tendon my first year of medical school, and you're going to need to deal with things like that. Your own health, someone else's health, someone else you love who may be going through a tough time. You're going to need to deal with all of that. And I think for that reason, it's very, very important to have access to counselors and mental health services if you need them and be able to utilize them. So I know Yale specifically has like a Yale health insurance plan that most students have, and they do have access to counselors. And I myself have seen counselors multiple times. So that's really great and really important. And the more important part is to not be ashamed to ask for help. I think that's actually often the biggest thing, because realize like medical school is going to be probably really difficult, and probably what's not going to help is when you have everything else confounding into that. Like, how are you going to deal with studying for step one and having your own personal health issues and having someone else's health that you really love also get affected in some reason? And when that all happens together, it's a perfect recipe for, the pot overflowing. And so you really need to make sure that you're prioritizing your own health and the health of everyone around you.
Great. All right.
You want to look into Anki for studying. Yeah, so I actually have a whole video series on this. I don't know if you guys just look up my name on YouTube and then type in Prirajuthani Anki afterwards. I have like literally a 15 video playlist, but the most important one is probably going to be at the top, and it'll show you exactly how to utilize Anki from start to finish. And so I will, and in that video, I also talk about how to make flashcards, how to make effective flashcards, and all of that is online for free. So just feel free to access that.
All right, I just posted that in the chat there.
Oh, sweet, perfect. Yeah, that's probably it.
All right.
Is the coursework in medical school like lower or upper level prereq classes? Is it just at a faster rate? It's actually, yeah, so medical school is not hard. Medical school is just a lot. So the concepts are not difficult for anyone to understand. Like, it's not tough to understand what hydrocephalus is or I don't know, like renal tubular acidosis. Those are not difficult things to understand. But the reason they get difficult is because you have to learn a million of them in a week, right? So medical school, I would argue, is difficult because purely from the quantitative standpoint, there's way too much for you to know, and you'll never be able to know all of it, like never. And that's why it's so tough to be like, how do you study for it? It's because you can't really study for it because there's just so much. So you have to boil it down to the high yield points and utilize those the most.
Okay.
How do you use flashcards for exams and learning conceptually without just memorizing? I mean, part of this is going to go into how you make flashcards. So if you just make flashcards that are pure base memorization, then you'll just be memorizing things. But I also make some flashcards that test my conceptual understanding of things. So for example, I'll say, why do you get 3 bonds? Well, that's not a good one. But why do you end up getting expansion of ventricles and non-communicating hydrocephalus, but why do you not get expansion of ventricles in normal pressure hydrocephalus, right? That's a very basic conceptual question. And for that answer, I would actually put like, oh, in one of these, you actually have an obstruction, and another one, you don't have an obstruction. So sometimes I will make conceptual flashcards, but also make straight on question and answer based flashcards that test my memorization. And both are important. It's not just important for you to, conceptually know everything. There are a lot of things in medical school you have to just straight up memorize. So to have that balance, to learn conceptual concepts based on, whatever it is that's the underlying concept, but also the factual information that you need to do well.
Right. Very similar question.
Mm-hmm. The way you're going to know if you're understanding the topic, again, is going to be do all of your flashcards, Christine, and then once you're done with your flashcard, you actually have to do practice problems to prove to yourself you understand it. Because if you just do flashcards, you may not ever know that you understand these things. And so you need to do practice questions. You need to. Like today, I'm going to probably do another 1,500 to 1,700 flashcards in probably 1 or 2 hours. But after that, I'm going to have to do at least 40 to 80 practice questions and make sure I understand particular concepts that I may not have completely thought about.
Okay. A little different.
Yeah. Is having research important when applying? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you should definitely have some sort of research, whether that's academic, whether that's clinical, non-clinical, basic science, whatever it is, you need to have research. And I don't think that's an extreme to say, because I think everyone should have research, primarily because research shows that you're interested in something academic. And in medical school, one of the biggest things you're going to have to show is you are interested in academic pursuits. And so by doing research, you're showing medical schools that, and that's why it's such a big component of the application process.
Okay.
Hey Vamsi, how big can a person? So this is actually a really good question, because a personal statement will rarely be the reason you're rejected from medical school, in my opinion. But it will also rarely ever be good enough for you to get an interview if you weren't already going to get one, in my personal opinion. So personal statement is more often than not just there to reinforce your application. Unless you say something atrocious, or like spell the school's name wrong or something like that, your personal statement usually won't hurt you, but the chances of it helping you, unless it's like phenomenal, of which I've seen very, very like few, it's really tough to write a really good personal statement. But the good part is, because of that reason, the personal statement, in my opinion, rarely is the reason why someone gets an interview or the reason why someone gets rejected. Usually it's like, okay, your personal statement aligns with the rest of your application, and based on your application, we want to give you an interview or we don't. But I do think activities might be able to play a big role. So some people who may have a lower GPA but are doing a lot may be able to pick themselves up a bit. But again, I don't think it's going to be enough to say like, oh, like you didn't have the best grades or MCAT score, but you had a bunch of activities, so you're going to do great in medical school or get into interviews at great medical schools. Not necessarily the case. So I think it's definitely more of a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Current sophomores. When I was a sophomore, no, I think the advice for all undergrads, honestly, is to just get in there, keep working hard, make sure you keep your head in the game, eye on the prize, and be really excited and just keep learning, because you want to make sure you don't lose that love of learning, because that's something you're going to be doing for the rest of your life.
Right. Another question.
Getting close to professors. I mean, I went to Berkeley, so there were like 900 of us for one professor. And the one thing that I recommend for doing that is to, one, go to office hours, and two, ask really good questions, or ask questions. Like, do not be afraid to ask questions. When professors see that you're genuinely interested in the material, they themselves are like, okay, you're unique, or you're different. And that's how I built a lot of my bonds with my professors. Go to their office hours, ask them questions. And even to this day, what I'll do is, a lot of my mentor physicians, the first thing that I'll use to connect with them is often just a question about hematology or oncology or whatever it is. I'll keep asking questions. And by showing that, you're showing your interest in their field. And more important than that, you're showing them that you are actually open to hearing what they have to say, which I think a lot of them appreciate.
Right. Okay.
Oh, so the way you decide what's important in medical school, and the way for me that I've always gone about doing this is to go ahead and look into the pre-made decks and see what flashcards are important in pre-made decks, see what concepts are important in pre-made decks, and use that to guide your learning. And so that's usually how I've done it for medical school. But the other thing that a lot of students will tell you in medical school is you'll refer to a big list of high yield sources like Pathoma boards and beyond that also have really big decks and show you what's high yield and what's not.
Right.
My space repetition schedule. I don't make my space repetition schedule. I use Anki, and Anki has its own space repetition schedule that you can use. And so if you use that method, then you should be relatively set. And that's why a lot of people use Anki, because they don't have to worry about this. They usually just do the flashcards every day, and the algorithm takes care of the rest.
Right.
I'm actually at MS4. So I'm actually in my 4th year of medical school. I'm studying now for step 2. So I took step 1 earlier. I'm studying for step 2 now. And once that's over, I actually will start my MBA, which is a business degree. And then I'll do that for a year, and then I'll come back and I'll apply to residency the year after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I've definitely met a bunch of people without a STEM undergrad background. And the reason for that is I think medical schools really like that. I think about 30 to 40% of my class at Yale probably does not have a background in STEM, but they do take all the pre-med requirements. And so they'll study humanities or something else of that nature, and they'll take all the pre-med requirements and then apply to medical school. And oftentimes they're seen a lot more as diverse because they have a different perspective on things.
Right.
Oh, when is it fine to submit by this cycle? I mean, I think the Amcas opens up today. So I think as long as you submit within the next 2 weeks, you should still be in the first batch of applicants. But the earlier, the better, as long as your quality, it does not get compromised. So I think a lot of people try to submit earlier thinking, oh, I'll be donesy. But that's not necessarily the case. You definitely need to have, a good application before you can submit early, because if you don't have quality, that will just end up hurting you in the long run.
Got a similar line.
What is the application timeline like? So I think basically once you submit to Amcas, which I think you'll submit today, or Amcas opens up today, they verify your application, which can take anywhere between 1 to 3 weeks, maybe even more than that, especially because an onslaught of applicants will end up applying. Once your application gets verified by Amcas, that is probably when you'll start receiving secondaries. And so secondaries will end up taking quite a bit of time. And so I think what I would basically tell you is, assuming you submit now, your secondaries will end up being seen maybe in 4 or 5 weeks, but that doesn't mean you have to wait until then to prep. You can actually prep for your secondaries pretty much starting right after you submit your Amcas now, because most of the prompts for secondaries stay about the same, regardless of year. So you can look up a lot of these prompts online. When should one ask for letters of rec? Basically, ask for letters of rec the moment you are close with that professor and it's time to apply for medical school. So one thing I've always done is, let's say you're applying to medical school in 2020. If you were taking a class in like 2017 that you're thinking you may want a letter of rec from, stay in touch with that professor and ask them for that letter maybe 1 year before you're going to apply, just because sometimes it's better to get the ball rolling and professors will be really slow to act. And so I would always make sure you know who you want to ask for letters, but don't like officially reach out to them until maybe closer to the application cycle. So 1, they can start acting on it a bit faster, and 2, they know what to write, because you can say, oh, I'm applying to these schools or I'm applying to this program.
Right, that makes sense.
How do I take notes in lecture? I wouldn't really take too many notes. What I would do is maybe I'd annotate on the PowerPoint slide. So I'll have the PowerPoint slide printed out. but then I would then proceed to take that PowerPoint slide and make flashcards from it. And so when I was in lecture, I'd pretty much annotate and write notes on the PowerPoint slide. When I'd go home, I take those notes and convert them into flashcards. And that's kind of how I approach studying in undergrad. All right. Oh, also, I'm going to have to leave probably in a few minutes. Got another meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
All righty. So I'll probably do maybe one or two more. And then, so tips for clinical years. So if you're in your clinic, if you're referring to medical school, the best tip for clinical year is know your medicine, which is know the abbreviations for things, know how to be helpful, know how to not infringe on residents, know how to not get on their bedside. So actually being a good clinical student is a lot more of staying out of the way and making sure you know how to ask good questions and making sure you know your role. And it's a lot less of trying to show everyone you know everything, which I think a lot of people think you need to know everything. Not necessarily the case. You just need to make sure you are prepared and you know how to know your role and ask good questions. But at the same time, the hospital is a very stressful place. So you also have to be very proactive and aware of yourself and knowing when is a good time to ask questions or when is a good time to kind of lay off and let the physician or resident you're working with do their job, and for you to kind of slowly observe that.
Okay. Maybe two more quick questions.
Yep. All righty. Victoria, I feel like I'm probably not the best person to ask for this because I took the old MCAT. So the old MCAT was out of 45 and it was only 3 hours long. And so you guys have like a 7-hour test now. But I would say definitely take a few months. I took the whole summer to study for the MCAT and then took it in September of my junior year. And I ended up doing fine, but I think it's different for you guys because you have a longer test. But I have seen a lot of students who I work with end up studying for about a summer and then up taking it after summer. But you will have to plan your summer accordingly because you won't be able to do much else.
Okay, kind of a follow-up to that.
How did I study for the MCAT? Yeah, so I took it after my sophomore year in undergrad. I studied the whole summer, so it was about 3 months that I spent studying. And I studied, I'd say, maybe 8 to 10 hours a day. I did pretty much all of Berkeley Review. I did all of Kaplan, and I did all of the AAMC practice tests and pretty much utilized all of those things to be ready to take the test by September. So I started studying in June or May, and then I took the test in September. And I was working, I'd say, at least 60 hours a week. That would make sense. Yeah, 8 hours a day about.
Awesome. Well, Pre-Rock, thank you so much for taking the time to hang out with us and answer some questions. I feel like we had a rapid fire session going on, but I think you handled everyone's questions. So thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Well, hi, everybody. We're in the breakout room now, waiting for our guests from the main stage to come on. And thought I would just answer a few other questions while we're waiting. So if you have questions of things that have come up throughout the process of the main stage or here in the Q&A breakout room, let me know and we'll answer those questions for you. Got quite a few listeners here on here in the Q&A room, and so let me. So here's a question I think that, and this is not an uncommon question about advice for low GPA students, and so I have a couple of things that I'd like to mention with regard to that. One is the first step, I think, in evaluating how to move forward as a low GPA student is, why do you think your GPA is low? So a reflective process on what has led to that point, because anything that you do thereafter has to be different. And in order for that to be different, there has to be some sort of an evaluation process, some sort of a self-reflection to say, how have I gotten to this point? What are the reasons for my GPA to be low? And then how do I move forward? How do I make a change so that that is different now than it was in the past? That's the first step. The second step is recognizing that it's probably going to take longer. It means more coursework. It could mean a post-bac program. And there are a variety of post-bac programs around the country where you enter them after you have completed your undergraduate experience. Some of them are undergrad courses, perhaps in more advanced scientific subject matters. So, for example, if you were a biology major, then maybe you would branch out into other biology classes that you had not taken previously, or maybe there are some neuroscience classes that you could take. Retaking some classes is always an option, depending on what your grades were in those classes. If they were C's or less, then you may want to consider retaking those. I definitely advise that you reach out to the pre-med advisor at your undergraduate institution to help you in this process of identifying courses that you may want to retake if that's an option for you. But post-bac programs, I think, are really beneficial in a lot of different ways. So low GPA students, I think that's a great option for many of you. Well, hi.
Hi.
Joanne, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Well, welcome to the breakout room. And we were just kind of discussing advice for low GPA students and students who really have struggled, perhaps. Maybe they've had life experiences that have interrupted their undergraduate encounters and courses. Any advice that you might have for students who are looking at their pathway and recognizing, I've got to do something a little bit different now than I have been doing. What is your advice that you have for that kind of student?
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on where they are in the journey. So if we're talking about a first or second year, I think there's still so much time to recover that. Not just the number, but what's more important than the actual GPA is that trend that you create for yourself. I think when med schools look at a great trend, what's going to really prove to them that you can handle medical school is what happens in that last year to 2 years before you're ready to apply. And I've seen people who had much lower GPAs, like lower than average GPAs, get into med schools, but their upward trend the last 2 years before they apply was nearly flawless, like almost straight A's, because they were able to figure out how to achieve as a learner, and they were able to create that really drastic upward trend. So a first or second year, my advice to you would be just figure out yourself as a learner, figure out how to be that most ideal academic and how to master learning in a way that it doesn't matter what class it is, you know how to learn in a lot of different environments, because that's what college is like. Each professor is different. They fluctuate in terms of their assessments, and it's just really stressful to like have to constantly figure out how to adapt to different professors. But as soon as you figure that out, you're going to thrive in college. If you're in your third or fourth year and you're approaching that upward trend, we're at the end, and you're still struggling to get C's. You have to figure that out at some point, but you might need more time to figure that out. And so you have two options at that point. If you're at your end and you're still getting C's in your science classes, then you have two options in my mind. You either stay a fifth year if your college allows it and give yourself more time to figure that out. Or you can graduate and do post-bac work, where you either work and take classes through open campus, or you enroll in a post-bac program. But most post-bac programs are going to want you to demonstrate that you have mastered that science content, being able to take an upper div science course without getting a C in it before they take you into their post-bac program. But what post-bac programs do is it gives you another year to create that upward trend so that you can, quote, prove you can do med school. It doesn't drastically drive up your GPA. At the end of the day, GPAs are very hard to change when you get into your fourth year. So as long as you're above a 3.0, what's going to be more important for you is making sure that you create that upward trend in those upper div science courses.
Yeah, great. Good answer. So here's another question sort of related to the low GPA issue. And this comes up a lot, and it's sort of that question about where's the cutoff point if I need to retake a class or not retake a class. Is a B- okay? Is a C+ okay? What kind of advice do you have for those types of students?
Most med schools require a C or better in prereqs. So if you have a C- or below, you're going to need to repeat that. If it's in biochem, physics, or OChem, I honestly would repeat a C- at a community college if it's just one. But if you have a lot of C's, or let's say you have a C and if you did a semester school, you have a C in the whole year of chemistry or the whole year of biology, then it might make you feel better. And especially if you haven't taken the MCAT yet, it might help reinforce that content to help you do better on the test if you were to take that entire year over and just to reinforce that content. Taking a class over at a community college, let's say you got 2 C's in chemistry and you feel like I didn't really master chemistry, but I want to learn it better so I could do better on the MCAT. And you go to a community college and you take a full year of chemistry, and that time you got an A, and a lot of things clicked for you because it was your second time around. So yes, the A functionally helps your GPA and it shows that you mastered it the second time. But honestly, that A in a repeat chemistry class at a community college probably isn't proving you can do med school. It's just helping you functionally move forward in this process with sort of the logistical pieces. To prove you can do med school, what you're going to need to do probably is take upper division science coursework 2 or 3 at a time and do really well in them. There's a difference between checking off the boxes to get into med school and really demonstrating your ability to do well in med school.
Yeah, that's great. Shifting to a different sort of line of questioning, here's a really interesting one. If my most meaningful experience is about taking care of family members, how do I put that in the application? And I think we see this a lot where students are taking care of a grandparent or an elderly parent or somebody with special needs or has chronic issues. What are your thoughts about how do they talk about that in the application?
Yeah, this is tricky, and I'm going to give an answer people might not feel comfortable about. But a lot of times, if that family member has any kind of insurance, you might check into their insurance to see if their insurance will cover a personal care attendant. And if they do, you can actually go and get certified in a day-long training to become an official personal care attendant. If you do that, then now it's a job, and you'll get paid to do that. And that kind of makes it a little bit more official and listing it on your application, because now it's a job, it's a paid employment. You're still caring for your grandparents. And my thing is I think most people care for their elderly family members. That's a kind of I want to say a basic assumption that most people do that. So it doesn't really, I don't want to say it doesn't stand out, but I feel like it's just sort of an expectation in our society that we're going to take care of our elderly parents. So, I mean, it's tough because I think you have to really capture, like, to what degree you cared for them. Did you have to stop school to care for them? Were you, like, you really have to paint this picture of your commitment to them in terms of how many hours you spent a day with them, what that was like, what level of responsibility did you have? Were you driving them to all of their appointments? Were you translating for them? Were you giving their injections? And so, it really varies drastically in that way. And I think the more you capture to what degree you helped them, it'll be more impressive. But I have seen many applicants go ahead and get that certification as a personal care attendant so that they can officially list it as a position. And then it becomes a little bit less about helping my grandma and more about I was a personal care attendant. That's what I did. And then once you have that certification, and if you don't mind doing that kind of work, you can actually do that work for a lot of different people. Like, you can get hired in different people's homes to go in and take care of their relatives. And that's a good part-time job.
Yeah. This is a question I think comes up a lot with students, and with the confusing nature of the applicant, of the way that the question is formed on Amcas and other application services, and that is, oh, that's the wrong one. Let's see, where was the one I was going to do? Right here. Is it considered an institutional action if you were placed on academic probation? And so I think a lot of students sort of wonder, what do they want to see there in terms of institutional action?
Yeah.
What I'm sure you've had many experiences with this type of thing, and address that if you would.
Yeah. So normally an institutional action is something like drinking in the dorms, which people joke is like a prereq for med school these days, or lighting candles or something like that. So plagiarizing in your first year, that kind of stuff really doesn't have an effect on admissions committees anymore, because it's just kind of it's common for first years to plagiarize, because a lot of people just don't know what they're doing in their first year. Now, if you plagiarize in your fourth year, it's a different story. So academic probation is not generally thought of as an institutional action. However, this is what I tell my students. You're not technically required to report an academic probation on your application, but where else in your application would you want to talk about what happened with your grades? And people have varying philosophies on this. I'm a firm believer in not talking about your bad grades on your personal statement. So there is no other place in your primary to talk about your grades. So if you had no other institutional action, but you were on probation, let's say you had a bad quarter or a bad year, something happened in your life, or you just were finding your footing at school, this 1325 characters in the institutional action section gives you a small space to talk about what happened. So you could always kind of play dumb and be like, well, I was on academic probation for my second semester of my freshman year because I had this situation happen, and I just want to report that I was on probation. Now, at the end of the day, you're not going to get reprimanded because you reported you were on probation. They don't really care, but it gives them some other insight into what happened with your grades. And that information is at the early stage of your application. It'll be within the first few pages they read before they get to any other aspect. So it's all about creating context. You want to frame whatever situations in your application. So if they're reading your institutional action within the biographic information section within the first couple of pages, their eyes will catch that, and they'll say, okay, they had this thing happen in their first year. Now I understand when I get to their page and I see that quarter, why there were 3 C's on that quarter. I now understand what happened. Without that there, they wouldn't have any idea. They just have to kind of speculate or guess what happened.
Yeah.
But it's nice to put that there if you were indeed on probation.
Yeah. I usually like to also talk about that particular thing, but more generally as well, in terms of everything in your application is communicating something to the reader. And you have to dictate as the applicant when you put something on your application, what is your intention in terms of what you want to communicate by putting that in there. So for example, if you were on probation, or if you had a drinking in the dorm or whatever, what is your intention? What do you want the reader to get from that? And that's where this issue of meaningfulness comes in, with sort of addressing what kind of value did I get from this? What did I learn from this situation? I was on probation, but I learned a whole lot that semester about me and my study skills. That could mean a lot to a reader. Whereas if you didn't put that on there, they may not get that message that you're trying to send to them. So I think you're absolutely right. It's about sort of intentionality, I guess, in terms of getting the message across of what you're trying to communicate to that reader. And I think sometimes applicants don't really think about it that way. In terms of communicating something with everything you write on there is communicating something.
I call it being deliberate.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
We have to manage the way people perceive us.
Mm-hmm.
And every word we use in that app can be managed.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Here's a good question, kind of a sort of practical or pragmatic question. How long do I need to do something in order for it to be meaningful?
That's not the right question to ask. So the question, it's not about length of time. Meaningfulness isn't about length of time. Meaningful is about how it changed you. So something is meaningful when it impacted you in some way. So when you think about an experience, think about yourself on the first day of that experience and compare yourself to the last day of that experience. In what ways did you grow? What insight did you gain? What skills did you build? How did you change from that experience? I have done one-day experiences that have changed my life, and that would be a meaningful experience to me. I have done experiences for years that were I just did it. I don't know why I did it. I didn't care about it. I just did it because it was supposed to, it was a good thing to do. I would not list that as meaningful just because it was longer. So you really have to think about how do you want the world to understand you? And length of time has nothing to do with meaningful. And that type of sort of quantitative or formulaic thinking about the med school application is where a lot of people fall into the trap of thinking there's like some kind of like I said, formula for doing all of this. Nobody's cross-checking your length of time. They're reading your words and they're going to have perceptions of you based on what you say. And the more insightful and reflective you say, the things you say in that description, the more they're going to understand about you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. This is a good question, particularly about non-traditional students, and that is, how far do I go back in terms of listing out these experiences that I've had, activities? We often get these non-traditional students who are 10 or 15 years out, and they're trying to figure out of the mass of everything, what do I put on there, and how far do I go back? So, how far does a student go back in terms of listing out activities?
Normally, we would say everything after you graduated high school goes in your app. But for someone who's 35 years old, that might be way more than 15 experiences. So, I guess there's two approaches. You could start from the most present and work your way back, or you could hand select the things that define you the best. Nobody knows if you spent that summer doing that dead-end job that you ended up hating and you want to forget all about it. So there's no point in putting it if you don't want to put it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you did something, when you were 20 and it was really life-changing for you, and you feel like that was part of your journey and it helps people understand an essential skill that you've gained in your life that relates to medicine, then I would put that. Like, let's say you worked as a construction worker for a summer and you're like, that has nothing to do with medicine, but man, I learned how to work hard. I learned how to work on a team. I learned how to communicate what was going on in a really stressful environment. And I feel like that's probably the best thing that I did that prepared me for medicine. But it was 25 years ago or 15 years ago, and I only did it for a summer. I would put it. As long as you can articulate how it relates, the skills are transferable to medicine, then it's a valuable experience to include. So hand select the 15 that best show who you are and the value that you bring to medicine.
Mm-hmm. Here's a very good question that comes up a lot. In terms of presentations that I make at conferences or activities, but that I don't have a paper yet, how do I put that on my application?
Well, you would put that you've submitted the paper for review and your description. And then once if you are published, you can update the schools through their portals.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to expect that, I think, in terms of updates and stuff. You're exactly right. Here's another good one that comes up quite a bit. If I don't know anybody, or if I don't have any experiences, how do I really get in touch with these physicians, or what do I do?
That's a great question, because most physicians have their email on lockdown. They're not putting that stuff out there. So ways that you can start. There is a really cool tool in the DO site, and they have a find a DO tool where you can put your zip code in, and it'll pull up all the DOs and contact information. So the osteopathic folks are really, really good about helping students connect with DOs. And I'm in the philosophy that it doesn't make any difference. At the end of the day, medicine is medicine. So if you could start there and try to find some DOs to connect with, and you can probably see like where they work and see if they have any specialties that you're most interested in, and start with your easiest resources first. So do that. And then from there, if you can get in touch with a physician, you can say, well, I'm also thinking about, I'm really interested in cardiology. Do you know any cardiologists from your career, from school, that you could connect me to? And you can start to talk to people. Another way is going to events. So if you go to, for example, like I host a national pre-health conference in October, and we bring in physicians from all over the country. And a lot of students have said that when they go to those workshops, they are able to get people's business cards. And going to an event is honestly the best way to get someone's business card. And so you kind of have to put yourself out there a little bit. And you also have to be willing to ask for what you need. So if you go up to a physician speaking at an event, or you're at something like this, and you notice that physician speaking, don't be afraid to ask for their email. Don't be afraid to ask for their contact, and then reach out to them. Now, the thing is, you have to be impressive when you want something from somebody. So if you're just asking people to do things for you, like, I want to shadow, can you help me shadow? I mean, you're asking a professional person to help you do something, and that's not their job. Like, they don't need to help you find shadowing. So you have to do some initial work up front so that someone might want to help you. And so that might look like, let's think of a less invasive way to get them to like you. So you say, can I meet with you and ask you some questions about your career? It's called an informational interview. And you're sitting with someone, you have really good, insightful, reflective questions about medicine, the challenges in medicine and their specialty, and you really impress them, and you're very professional, and you have a really good conversation with somebody. And then you get to the end of that conversation and you say, so I haven't had a chance to actually see a physician work yet. Do you know how I could go about getting that kind of experience? Do you know anybody willing to let a pre-med in to shadow? You kind of put the ball in their court and you see what they say. And if they're like, nope, don't know anybody, sorry, guy, and they're like, let's go now, then you kind of know, like, that didn't work out, right? You weren't that impressive to them because they didn't want to help you. They didn't feel like they could give you any kind of direction. They didn't say like, why don't you come in and shadow me? Now, keep in mind, it's going to be really hard to shadow right now because of COVID. So it might be like in a year from now. But that kind of interview, having an impressive interview, might be the best way to get in the door of a physician's office if they don't have policies against shadowing, because it's otherwise rather awkward to have a random person come in and stare at them work all day. And so shadowing is it's becoming less common for a lot of reasons. And if you really, really, really can't shadow, then I would encourage you to become a scribe.
Yeah, it's a great scribe service stuff is really great. I get lots of comments about that from students who have done it. This is a great question that I think comes up a lot, and that is about Caribbean schools. And we know they have large class sizes and stuff. As the guy says, what's your take on that? What's the upside? What's the downside to considering a non-US school?
So it might be a little bit I'll try to say it really fast. There's a lot. So, and this actually, when they changed the USMLE to pass no pass, I kind of had to change my answer to this, because back when there was a score, I think it really made a difference in terms of how okay Caribbeans were. So I came from an allopathic medical school background. I was the director of admissions, and before I came over to advising, I'll be honest, like, my nose was way up in the air about Caribbeans. I was very, very negative about them. And when I got here on the other side, I realized very quickly that regardless of how I felt about them, my students were applying to Caribbean med schools, and many, many of my students were going to Caribbean med schools. In fact, my university is one, like, in the top 5 feeder schools for Caribbean med schools, and that had nothing to do with me. I mean, they were doing this for years. And so I really felt like as an advisor, it was my obligation to understand better what was going on with those schools so that I can at least, if my students are going to go there anyway, let me be helpful in informing them about the differences or what to expect about them. So I did end up I got to go to 2 different Caribbean med schools. I went to AUC and I went to St. George's, and I got to visit on one of those advisor days. And my take is, they're being thrown in a very large class with very competitive people. So a lot of people who go to Caribbean have been told in their lives by other people, like maybe advisors or other people, that they're never going to become doctors. So there's a tiny bit of like an inferiority complex. And this is their last chance to be a doctor. Like they moved to another country, they're paying twice as much money. This is their chance, and they are not going to screw it up, and they are going to work hard for what they want. So the environment at Caribbeans tend to be, in my opinion, what I've heard from students, very, very competitive. Mm-hmm. Now, some people thrive in that. Like they might have the same feeling, like, I am going to make this work. I'm here. This is my chance. I'm going to do the best I can. And they outwork everyone else. And in that environment, if you're willing to work extremely hard and you want to be the top of your class, that's what you just have to go into it knowing that it's going to be very, very competitive. Now, onshore med schools, they tend to kind of like try to decrease the competitiveness, and they do that by doing things like pass, no pass and problem-based learning. And they just try to decrease that atmosphere. But the Caribbeans, it's not so much. And that's not a bad thing. Like I said, some people really thrive in that. Some people do not thrive in that environment. And if you know that about yourself, then you want to be aware of that before you jump into a big class where everyone is uber achieving, trying so hard to like get to the top. Yeah. And I think the same thing happens in their 3rd year rotations too. I've heard many physicians say that the Caribbean students rotating in their hospitals will outwork everyone else. They'll come in early, they'll stay late, they'll read everything, they will work because they need to prove that they're the same or equal to onshore med schools. So my point is if you're going to go to a Caribbean med school, you need to know what to expect. And if you think you can thrive in that type of environment, then you will probably be just fine. Like if you can work really hard and do really well academically, then you'll be fine. You'll get good grades, you'll pass the boards. I have met many physicians. I have had many dinners sitting across the table from physicians who are in some pretty competitive specialties in life, and they all graduated from Caribbean med schools. Mm-hmm. And I know for a fact, having had these face-to-face conversations with these physicians myself, my own truth about Caribbean schools has changed because everyone's truth is based on their experiences. So prior to doing those things, I didn't have a good opinion about them. And now I've been faced with the facts. And I do believe that people can be successful through Caribbean schools, but I do know that not everybody can handle that environment. And many people can't, and many people drop out. And when you drop out of a Caribbean med school, you leave with a lot of debt. You leave with wasting a lot of money. Yeah. So I always ask my own students to very critic, and I ask them really tough questions that might be a little personal, but I really ask them to critically analyze truthfully where they are as a learner and how they feel about a lot of different things, and also how they feel about living in other countries. Mm-hmm. Because these islands I think they're amazing, but not everybody might appreciate the culture of those islands in the way that some people do.
Yeah, that's a tough one, and I think you really cover some really important points there. This is a question I think comes up not unusually, and that is when we're talking about personal things. If my spirituality or my connection to my religion or my church or whatever is important to me, how do I talk about that, or is it okay to talk about that?
Yes. So my short answer is yes. It's okay to talk about religion in a personal statement, but you always have to ask yourself, like, why are you telling me anything, right? So everything you say in a personal statement needs to have some kind of purpose behind it. Mm-hmm. You telling me that you are religious doesn't bring value to me, because Why do I care if you're religious? I don't care. So you need to tell me how, like, if, for example, if you want me to understand you're religious, then tell me about a story about a time when you taught Sunday school and you did something well. So now I understand you're religious because you're teaching Sunday school. That's just now a fact that I have in my head. But what's more important is that you were teaching children, and you have to have patience when you teach children. So it's a more competencies-based approach to talking about your experiences rather than just the fact that, hey, I'm religious. I have kind of a short example of this. I had a student one year who came in with a really basic personal statement. I did this, I did this, I did this. And I was like, I'm not loving this at all. And so we started talking, and he was Buddhist. And he said, well, I always heard you can't talk about religion in your personal statement. I said, I've never heard that ever, that you can't talk about religion. I don't know where that came from. So he ended up rewriting his whole statement, and the whole thing was actually centered around Buddhism. But what he did was he pulled out tenets of Buddhism, and he showed how those tenets relate to his future career. So one of them was like about creating tranquility. And he was like, a lot of people come to healthcare with a lot of anxiety and fear and mistrust. And one of the things he wanted to do was create a practice where, trust and there was just a feeling, an atmosphere of tranquility when someone arrives. And he described really nicely how he had seen that somewhere and how he wants to do that in his future. And he ended up he had interviews at Harvard. He got in everywhere he applied. I didn't get an interview. He got interviews at a lot of places. He got in like 7 or 8 schools. And his whole thing was based on Buddhism.
Wow, that's amazing.
That was a really good example for me of like, religion doesn't hold people back at all.
Right. I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions. This is one that comes up pretty often as well. And that is comparing MD with DO schools, and the which is better part, I think you'll probably address, but can you talk a little bit about, if a student is looking at, sort of broadly through DO schools as well as MD schools, how do they really kind of
That's a big topic for 2 minutes. So, when I worked at the allopathic med school, we had DOs on our faculty. In fact, our faculty of the year was a DO. So we had DOs teaching our MD students, and we had DOs on our admissions committee. And I sat in this big room with 15 physicians, MDs and DOs sitting next to each other, analyzing applications and making decisions about people. And, the 4 years I spent at the medical school, I never conceptually understood. I never sensed any difference between an MD and a DO. They were both doctors, and they all worked together, and there was just like literally nothing. There was no issue there. And then I came to California and I started working at UC Davis, and suddenly there was like this issue, and people are telling me that DOs are somehow less than MDs. And I'm like, that's really odd, because when I worked at a med school, like I never saw that. I never sensed it. I never felt it. I never heard anything. Like I said, the MD school gave a DO faculty of the year. Like how could that be if there was some kind of issue? Now, I think that there are perceptions, and I think that there could definitely be people with ego issues who's an MD, who will say like, oh, I'm definitely better than a DO. I would say that's an individual person's problem and not based on any kind of reality in larger society. I think that people will go to a doctor if they trust a doctor. They will go to a doctor if they believe that doctor can connect with them and can help them. Now, I think if a doctor is a DO and has the characteristics that will bring a population to them, then they can be very effective as a doctor, regardless of what letters are after their name. And at the end of the day, with an MD and a DO, you're licensed to do the exact same things. You could do whatever your specialty allows you to do within your scope of practice. You could do that either way as an MD or DO. Same as Caribbean. If you go to a DO school and you do extremely well, and you are a great person, and you work really hard, and you interview well, and you have great letters of rec, you'll be able to get whatever specialty you want, whatever residency you want. It's not going to be based on the fact that you're a DO or that you went to whatever school. It's going to be based on what you do with your time. Now, I think people miscorrelate the fact that DOs tend to go to primary care. Historically, I think a lot of people who ended up going to DO schools were people who didn't score as well on the MCAT. And I think that what happens is when you don't score well on the MCAT, sometimes, not always, sometimes that might mean you're not the best test taker, which means when you go to take the boards, you also don't do as well on the boards. Sometimes, I'm not trying to generalize here, but that could happen. So if you don't do as well on the boards, you probably are going to get a less competitive residency, which means you'll probably end up in primary care. So the correlation is not DO leads to primary care. It's that test takers don't do well on the boards that lead to primary care. If suddenly all the highest test takers went DO, then we would see a shift in the residencies. We would see more DOs getting into more competitive residencies, because historically program directors for residencies would look at the board scores to pick people, not whether they were MD or DO. That's why we see DOs who are surgeons, and we see DOs doing very competitive things because they did very well when they got there.
Right. Great. Well, Joanne, thank you so much for participating today. I mean, wonderful responses to these questions, and kudos to you for all the work that you do in the world there at UC. And let us know any ways that we can be of assistance to you. But thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This is great.
Of course. Cool.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. So we have several people coming in from the room, from the main stage, and wanted to welcome our next guests. And so I think we have Dr. Winters, is that right?
Yes.
And from Tour for Diversity. And then also I think we have Dr. Brown on right now. Is that correct?
We do. We might be missing one. Is Dr. Henry able to join us?
Don't see him yet. We'll see if he gets in here here in a little bit. But we'll start off now. And how was your time on the main stage? Was that a good conversation you had with Ryan?
Yeah, we enjoyed it a lot.
Great. Excellent. Excellent. Well, we're going to get lots of questions in here from a variety of different people, and so we'll start off sort of with that. Again, my name is Dr. Wright, and I'm the moderator for these Q&A sessions, and I just wanted to make sure that we show our appreciation to our guests from the Tour for Diversity, and I guess I wanted to start off with a tough question for you, and that is, and I guess you may have addressed this in the main room. I wasn't able to see that, but with all the focus that we have on the events this week in Minneapolis, this just brings so much to bear on the issues at hand when it comes to diversity, particularly in with the ideas of seeing people in professions that look like us, that look like, and can you just address that briefly in terms of how important do you think it is that students of color see mentors and see role models that look like them and really get what they are facing in terms of society and their issues, whatever they may be, in terms of how they react to what's going on in our country right now. Can you just maybe address that a little bit?
Sure. So I think it's imperative that we have representation that are seeing themselves within all different limelights, right? So not only seeing physicians that look like themselves, but also seeing hospital administration that looks like themselves, being able to see people who are making the decisions in medical school, for instance. So a lot of us sit on medical school admissions committees, et cetera, because that's going to make a difference when you feel like you have someone who can understand who you are. It's all about perspective at this point in time. And so when you don't have that, you tend to lose that sense of familiarity, or that sense of this is something that's attainable, or that I can achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. Others, Dr. Brown, I think we have another guest with us as well, and that has joined us now, and that's Dr. Henry.
That's correct.
Yes,
But now I wanted to give a follow-up to the question that you asked. One thing that I think we have to acknowledge off the bat is that there is an element to this, the stuff that we see on social media that can be triggering and can be sensitive, and realizing that, especially for physicians of color, like these images and this imagery can literally reach into a very deep place for us. And so there's a certain degree of sensitivity that I ask of colleagues to have around that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the discussion can't be navigated. I do think that it's important for people to know, like, we need presence. We need physicians of color who are able to navigate these issues and initiate the conversation and really provide perspective that is often lost. Imagine being in a institution where you are one of a handful of people of color, and totally missing elements of this dialogue and seeing the importance from a cultural standpoint and through a lens, and seeing how it translates to equity. So I think that the goal in this time is to first understand that these events are not new. They're just being captured now, and then second of all, that there is a long-standing undertone of racial and ethnic discrimination that drives this. And then finally, that as clinicians, we have to look at this through a public health lens and figure out how to make sure that people know this is an issue that is of dire importance.
Absolutely. Dr. Henry, any comments?
No, I will leave it at that. They both said it very well, and so we're good.
Yeah, good. So this is a really great question that we have here, and it really addresses the issue of how do I find a role model to help mentor me in this whole process? And Dr. Henry, would you like to, take a stab at that one?
Well, sure. And so actually, this is a great time to talk about the Tour for Diversity in Medicine. I mean, we have about 35 mentors that are part of our organization. And so one thing I would say is that, if you go to the website, you can look through all different lists of mentors, and you'll find somebody there that may tap into something that you're interested in, or look like you, or come from a similar background as you. But outside of that, I would also say, I think it's a matter of reaching out to various organizations that may be in the area near you, sometimes even venturing off to the medical school or undergrad that may be near you and talking to somebody, and then trying to see who it may be doing something that you're interested in, and just starting to have a conversation. Finding a mentor can be difficult at times, but at the same time, as long as you initiate a conversation and try to get to know, I think you can find somebody that will help.
That's great. Dr. Brown, Dr. Winters, anything to add to that?
So,
Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know two things. One, the most important thing in terms of being able to find a mentor, like I always say, is it doesn't mean that someone has to have the same interests as you. You don't have to look like you. You'll be surprised with so many different allies that are out there. My biggest mentor that helped me in undergrad at University of Michigan was a white man who told me, you know what, I see you as the epitome of what I expect from an underrepresented minority going into medicine. And I mean, this man helped me along the way by holding my hand, guiding me through every step. And you wouldn't think, just expect-wise, that this would be the person that would help me, but he was. And so that's why I always appreciate our allies that are out there. But I must also say as well, I do apologize, but I actually have to run to clinic, so I'm going to but I do apologize, and I thank you.
No worries. And you do your thing. I mean, that's a very important thing. So thank you for joining us now.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one, Ty.
Have a great one, guys.
All right, later, Ty.
All right. So we have a great question here that I'd like to get y'all to sort of address, and that is the question here is how to go into a HBCU medical school and undergrad shape your experience in becoming a physician.
I got this on the first the first go around.
Yeah. Off rip. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So I stated in the other session that I went to Morehouse College, and then for medical school, I went to Meharry Medical College. So there are two prominent historically Black colleges and universities, and I feel like the first thing is realizing there is a cultural element in the way that information can be received. One, it helps to be around other young scholars who continuously motivate you through their presence and actually mirroring and parroting that excellence and greatness. The other thing is, when it comes down to medical education, I feel like HBCUs have a tendency to bring in those social determinants into the discussion. It is naturally woven and integrated into conversation. You can't escape it, because I have family members who live on welfare, who have been uninsured for a number of years. I have family members who have all of the major chronic comorbidities. And so that is another experience that other people will have too. And it finds its way into casual conversation, and then it basically like manifests as, how do I treat patients across the entire spectrum of illness, critically, chronically, and with every other element that's non-medical that affects their well-being. So I think that helps shape it. And then I think my last point about it is, there is something incredible in terms of the energy that you see among the alum. So when you look at the people who are the product of these institutions and how they embed themselves in communities, it literally makes you happy, and there's a sense of belonging that comes with it. Brandon?
Yeah. So I'm going to add to that, just in the sense. So I went to Howard for medical school, and so I love my HU, and I want to say that there was a sense of pride that I had about going to Howard for medical school. There was I feel like I left with having a better sense of who I am. I left with a better sense of what I bring to the table. I left with a better sense of what I am in this field of medicine, and just recognizing that I'm walking on the shoulders of giants before me, and that I have been built up into a well-trained physician that will be able to treat all populations. But like Dr. Brown was saying, was that some of those kind of barriers that we fight against to a certain degree are taught to you and ingrained in you, and you learn how to specifically tackle those. But it was, for me, it was just leaving with a sense of again, just being proud, right? And knowing that I'm made for this, and that I was built Howard strong. And again, the sense of family, camaraderie, once you're a part of an HBCU, it's huge, and it's nothing but love once you leave there. So
that's awesome. One of the questions you just mentioned, Dr. Henry, the issue of barriers or obstacles that we often encounter, and this particular question really addresses that. And one of those barriers, I think, can be self-doubt. And how do you overcome that?
Yeah, so this is something that we, with the Tour for Diversity, we talk about all the time. We talk about our personal stories, and I'm a guy who came from LA and didn't have anybody in my family that did college, or even beyond that. And so there was a lot of self-doubt initially then. And then even during my journey in undergrad, I was kicked out of school twice because of my grades. I had to take the MCAT 3 times. I had to do a post-bac. I had to apply to med school twice. All that doubt during that time, every single time along my journey, I had somebody tapping into me that was saying, "You can do this." I had people in my corner that were behind me saying, "You can do this." And even when I didn't feel strong enough myself that I could do it, I had mentors, family, friends, advisors, everybody, frat brothers, people around me that were saying, "You can do this. Continue to press on, continue to push forward." Having a great camp and a strong camp around you, and those that will champion for you, is something that is so huge that even when you do fail, because failing is a part of life and it happens, you're able to pick yourself up. And even if you can't pick yourself up, you have them to pick you up, dust you off, and continue to push you along this journey.
I want to tail in on that. So we talk very openly and with a degree of vulnerability in Tour for Diversity. And it's because we understand that our personal stories and narratives unlock the potential of others. So with that said, you know, Brandon and I, we always joke about how similar our stories are, from encountering multiple failures along the way. I applied to medical school 3 times, had 66 rejection letters in each application cycle. I had 0 secondary interviews. I never have had a medical school interview. I got into Meharry because of a post-bac program and automatic acceptance. And so I stand here before you, an emergency physician that's never seen a medical school interview. And these narratives of multiple failures, having to see these hurdles and walls and figuring out what is my strategy now that I've been denied, and figuring out how to overcome those things, it really brings the conversation of renewable confidence into the forefront. So a lot of us decide that we have confidence, we know we're capable, and our cast of supporters have decided to buy into us and make those investments. So we win by committee, we advance by committee, and that gives us the confidence to continue to press. And so those are the things that I think have to be propagated to medical students, or to people who are aspiring to be medical students, that, you know, this is not a death sentence just because you didn't do well on the MCAT. It is not a final fantasy if that is the case. It's literally just about reframing that path and realizing that there are other people who have overcome these same exact hurdles. And because they did it, you can too.
You can do it.
Yeah,
That's right.
absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I have to ask you, as an aside, Dr. Brown, were you familiar at Meharry with Dr. Billy Ballard?
You already know.
I did.
Yeah, man. You already know.
everybody knows Billy Ballard.
Oh yeah, man. He got this. He walks with a smooth little slow shuffle. He got the nice little gray. Yeah, man. I know about him.
Oh yeah, I worked with Dr. Ballard years ago when he was at UTMB in Galveston, and
he speaks highly of that. He speaks highly of it. Yeah.
He's a great man, and I'm sure he's an important part of Meharry for sure.
Permanent fixture.
Absolutely. So let's get a couple of more questions in before the room is taken over. Let's see. We had one that I thought was really great. Let me find that again. Yeah, this is I think a great one. Anything you're glad for that you did in your undergrad? Anything you wish that you, conversely, that you hadn't done in your undergrad? Talk a little bit about your undergrad experience and what you did that you thought was so beneficial to you, and then maybe things that you didn't do that you wish you had.
So it's a great question. So the other day I saw a picture that was of so I'm from LA, so I'm a Lakers fan. So I saw a picture that had Kobe and Jordan in the same exact pose, in a sense, same thing. And my thoughts were, you know, sometimes we talk about people who emulate others, and sometimes we kind of look down on it. But I was going to say that emulating those that are great before you can put you in a great position. One thing that I did, because I knew I was struggling bad, was I looked at those that were ahead of me that were doing so much better in all of their sciences. They were studying, like everything that they did. I would talk to them and ask them and just watch how they moved. And watching how they move, I was able to kind of take a step back, take some notes on it, and then I began to move as such. And it really made a huge difference because I felt like it changed everything for me. So I like to say, find those that are ahead of you, that are doing something that you like or that you think is the right thing, and emulate that. And you never know, you might find yourself doing some great things just by doing that.
Dovetail off of his point, one of the things that I thought was super helpful for me in undergrad was aligning with people who were of like desire and like vision, but also approached the problems and questions from a different vantage point than I did. I was blessed enough to be around, 8 to 13 individuals who are in different fields, from engineering to, psychology, math, economics, like all of these minds helped me to learn how to problem solve. And I think that that becomes one of the most valuable things as a clinician. The second thing about it that I didn't understand was I was gathering communication styles to the point where I became a Swiss Army knife of communication later in life.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't naturally a comedic person. I didn't have humor like that, but being around people who were funny and seeing how they wove levity into their dialogue and seeing how they brought references into their conversation, like those are like non-verbal cues and things that I picked up on, and I was able to incorporate it. It made interviewing for residency easier. It made me being able to communicate with my patients from all walks of life, because I'd heard stories about family members who reminded me of their friends or who they were. These things became my bag of tricks that I pull into or I tap into when I relate to patients. So I would say value these experiences that are diverse from people who are diverse in thought.
Absolutely.
Excellent. This is a difficult question, but I know that one that is on the minds of a growing number of our younger students, and that is about DACA and how do DACA students really, these are students, the undocumented students who many of whom have been here their whole lives, and trying to figure out how they get to medical school. Any advice for these students that are trying to figure out a journey for themselves?
So this is a very sensitive topic, as you said, and I really like how you framed it. We are still trying to come up with solutions. Like that's the first thing that has to be understood, is like it's evolving rapidly. I do think that there is enough downstream evidence that students who come from immigrant backgrounds contribute, and not just contribute at a entry level, but literally become leaders of this system. And so we have to continue to show those things and literally explore them. The second thing is we have to do cross championing for students like that. I think that is naturally easy for us to say, all right, let's look at underserved persons who are just domestic, just literally born in the US. We have to think about disparity and vulnerable backgrounds and marginalized communities from outside of just the United States framework, and figure out how to create pipelines that are equitable for that as well. I think that my advice to DACA pre-meds would be, one, get a mentor immediately. Someone who can potentially advocate for you and who can help you navigate some of those tricky areas, not just the exams or trying to get resources to pay for certain things, like, if you want to get coursework done, or like that's one element of it. But you really need to know what those barriers are and those hurdles are that could potentially prevent you from even being able to apply. Right. So you need a mentor who can take on those tasks. The second thing is you need somebody who's willing to get your foot in the door. So follow them through the hospital. Make sure that your presence is known and felt. And then I think the last part is most of us who are in the field know somebody who has a similar story, and we can align you with them so they can give you tailored advice. That now creates a team around you. So I would say that that's my thing, is you have to approach it like, I need to build a team. I need to find advisors who are knowledgeable, and I need to find people who have the same lived experience as me.
Absolutely. Dr. Henry, do we have a question I'd love for you to address? And because you just mentioned that you had in a post-bac program in your background, this question is about that. And that is, does it have to be a specialized program in terms of post-bac work, or can it be through a local college? I think sometimes this is affected by the realities of someone's financial situation or, family things. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, so I think, excuse me, I'm sorry. I think we have to recognize that there's different types of post-bac programs. And so I think the first thing you have to do is you have to kind of take a step back and look to see what your situation is, and look to see what type of post-bac program that it is you need. Whether it is that you need one that will mainly focus on you continuing to raise your science GPA, or you were not a non-science major and now you have to take all of your science prerequisites. Me personally, I was a guy that, it took me 7 years to do undergrad. My GPA was an abysmal 2 point, I don't know, maybe like a 2.4, 2.5. And so for me, I had to continue to take upper level science courses. And so I did the UC Davis post-bac program, and it was taking all upper level science courses. So I took like advanced biochem, I took virology, immunology, gastroenterology, endocrinology, all these upper level courses that all prepared me for medical school. And so then that way, once I got to my interview, they were able to see, okay, he's performed well in these upper level courses, and that he may be ready to attack these. So I really think it's a matter of what you need. I don't think it has to be a specialized program. I know there's plenty of students who have done some of these. I won't call it makeshift, but you're able to kind of pick and choose different courses and build your own. It's almost like a build your own post-bac. They've done those and have done perfectly fine and have gained admission. So if you are thinking you need to have the post-bac, or it may be maybe something you need, call and talk to the programs and talk to the advisors there and see if that's the program that you need. And honestly, even call some of these medical schools and talk to the admissions counselors there and ask them their opinions on what they think you need.
I'm going to add 1 second of a conversation. Well, a couple points rather. Visibility matters. So if you're a part of one of those programs that are in a larger system, it may afford you other access, like to find mentors, to find people who can potentially like advocate for you indoors. The second thing is, in those programs, there is sometimes culture. And so understanding of that culture can help you in terms of your transition and matriculation into an institution. So pay attention to that. And then I think finally is, you still have to be in these courses with other people. Right. And so that is a huge part of your success in medical school, being able to form successful study groups, being able to understand how you learn best. So think about those things when considering these types of programs.
Absolutely.
That's great. This question is about really the psychology behind the MCAT and how we sometimes fail ourselves by not having this positive mentality and this optimism and the focus that we need. Can you address that a little bit with regard to, knowing that the MCAT is a struggle for many students, regardless of their ethnic background or whatever, but in particular, underrepresented minorities who we know score lower often. What can they do to get this psychology of a positive mentality that it really makes a big difference in terms of how they're going to perform?
Certainly. So my first recommendation is, first statement is, this is completely normal. We have to normalize that, having a little anxiety around this and maybe even feeling a degree of imposter syndrome is real. And it is something that a lot of us endure and encounter and are still working through. So let's get that out on the table. The second thing I would say is, resources do exist. So whether you're talking about speaking to somebody in a therapeutic manner, or if you need to use a manual or something to help you, I read this book called Mind Gym, Mind GYM. That book helped me to understand how to get into the zone and how to study effectively and to visualize myself performing well to the point where it became routine. And then I think that the next part is, you don't have to be that statistic. Like, you can embrace your own greatness. You can actually live and walk in it. And so hearing that and reaffirming that and being around people who will constantly pour that particular messaging into you is of vital importance. I want to let Brandon go ahead and share his story, just so that off the top. He and I both took the MCAT multiple times, have seen the score pop up and felt the deep plunge of our spirit and that gnawing pain that it takes between you getting from that exam to the very next one. But we've made it. And I want you to feel encouraged because of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. So like Dr. Brown was saying, so I took the MCAT 3 times. And so this was when it was on the scale of 45. And first time I took it, I got a 15, and I got a 2 in verbal. And I didn't understand how I could have gotten a 2 out of 15 in a section. I thought I was old enough to read, and that score made me feel as though I couldn't read. I took the exam again, and I got a 17 and got a 2 again on the verbal section, and again was not sure as to why it is that I felt like I could not read. And eventually I got a 22 and it jumped up, and my verbal went from a 2 to a 6. But I guess what I want to step back and say is that during those times, the thing that kept me positive was one, my faith in God, and then just again having that camp around me that was continuously pushing me and telling me I can do this. Um, it was music that I would listen to that would make me feel as though I could do this. It was positive affirmations, right? It was writing things um, on piece of paper and posting up on the wall. It was emailing the director of admissions at Howard once a month, every month, for 3 years, letting me know that, hey, keep pushing, keep working. It was all these different things that kept me motivated and kept me pushing. It was people. It was the people in my postbac program, like Dr. Brown was saying, those that you will study with, that kept me going. It was always something, but that we all have something inside of us that is innate, and that we can pull it out, and we can push ourselves to get to that next level. But
Yeah.
what you have to do is, when you are failing, when you're in the middle of it, you have to take a step back, and you got to dig deep, and you got to look inside you and pull it out, because it's there. It's just a matter of getting it out. But again, like Dr. Brown was saying, we can attest we were there and we're here now, so you can do the same exact thing.
That is awesome. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for the responses and stuff. And if I do say so myself, it appears, Dr. Henry, that birthday greetings are due for you. I see the banner behind you. Is that right?
So here's the thing, right? I'm gonna go ahead and here's the thing. My birthday is February 13th, all right? So, but I kept it up because every time I have my door open in my office, people would see it and then they say happy birthday. Like, it's already passed, and they would laugh. But my whole thing was that in the midst of all this whole COVID thing, and everybody was always
Yeah,
so sad and everything, it was like, let
yeah.
me keep something up that will make somebody smile. Because that's my thing.
That's
If we can make
awesome.
somebody smile, then hey, so it's a little
Yeah.
removed.
Okay. Well, I celebrated belatedly. Happy birthday
There you go.
months ago. So there you go.
There we go.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you in the breakout room, and good luck with
Absolutely.
you. And thank you for all the work that you do.
Man, it was an absolute
Absolutely.
pleasure.
Oh, great.
Yes, this
Well,
was.
y'all have a good day.
All right.
You
Take
too,
care
sir.
now.
Have a good one.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right. So I think, Skylar, are you next up for moderating?
Let's see. Hey there. Let's see if we can get Dr. Lentine to the chat. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yep.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being here with us. How did it go over on the main chat?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How did it go over on the main chat?
Great. Always great to talk to Ryan. He's a quality guy.
Okay. And how do you know Dr. Gray?
Well, I'm from the medical school HQ podcast now, pre-med years. So I started listening to him, and I reached out to him for interview training. So I did that session with him, which was very, very useful, and had mentioned that, hey, why don't I come on to your podcast sometime, kind of, jokingly, but he had me on. So I think 146 or something, I don't know, one of those old episodes. Yeah.
All right, I'll have to go back and listen.
And then he came down to UCF one time for like the pre-med conference that they have here. He came down, and then I met him and some people at a local restaurant. So we've crossed paths a few times.
Okay, that's great. Well, I'm going to shoot some rapid fire questions at you from our viewers, if that sounds all right with you.
Sure. Have at it.
Let's see. If you guys want to post your questions, you can post them either on the Facebook page or the YouTube channel. Either one works. All right, here we go. All right, here's our first question. So from Alexandria, Dr. Lentine, you expressed how difficult it is to have kids in med school. What do you think about including that fact that I have kids on my med school application?
Well, I didn't have to include that on my med school application because I didn't, have kids until I was actually in med school. I mean, my personal thoughts, I think you have to be real. You have to be a real person. I mean, they're looking for a real person. If you include it actually like in your personal statement, I guess you would put it on the application, then I would definitely address the fact that your family's really involved and that they're a big support to you. So I would make it work for you. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a judgment call on whether you want to or not. They may or may not ask, especially depending on how much of a non-trad you are.
Right. Okay. Go from Ruben. How did you prep for the MCAT?
So I took a prep course. I'm not going to endorse any specific one, but or is that okay if I do?
It's up to you.
Okay. I used the Kaplan course. The live lectures were not the greatest, but the resources and the practice tests were incredible. So, and I know it's not just Kaplan. I'm sure a lot of them have good practice tests. But I actually set it up as a scenario because I took the new MCAT, like what you guys will be taking, which is an 8-hour ordeal. And I took one a week for 7 weeks. So I took 7 full-length prepped MCAT courses. It was like every Tuesday, I think. I locked myself in a library, then a little room, and I worked through the whole timed. I mean, I did it timed, just like the real deal. I took breaks. I packed the same thing I was going to eat for lunch. And that's how I prepped for the MCAT course, and it worked out for me.
Great. All right, Maria. Did your wife support you financially while you were attending med school? Do you have any special scholarships for non-trads?
My wife 100% supported me financially. So I worked up to med school, but in med school, don't plan on making an income. You live off of loans. So I took the max in the federal student loans and then also in the plus loans as well to help out. She's worked the whole time and definitely has made our life much easier. So she contributed financially. Now, if you're single and you have to live on the loans, you can make it work. It would be really difficult to support a family on what you get from the loans, but you could definitely make it work as an individual.
Right. And I think we're going to have a session later today, kind of speaking to financing medical school and talking about some of those loans as well. So that'd be a good one to listen into. All right. Ryan says EMT or scribe. Do you have either of those experiences?
No, I didn't. I didn't do scribe or EMT. You have to choose your experience. Whatever you do, really put your all into it. So I did a lot of volunteering at the Children's Hospital. It was kind of one of the things I wanted to do. So I did it like every week. And I did shadowing pretty often. I reached out to doctors and kind of got them going at least once a month. I would go and I would shadow as well. So that was the main thing I focused on. Actually didn't do any research. That wasn't on my application. Some people say you have to have it. I don't think you have to. You don't want to check boxes. So if you want to be an EMT or a scribe, great. EMT, I think, looks great on an application. I think that's awesome. Scribe can look good as well. I think they're both great opportunities.
Okay. All right, from Summer. How do you think you managed to get an interview as an out-of-state student to UCF? Good question.
Yeah, I didn't. I was an in-state student. So that's what made it work for me. Yeah, I was in-state in Florida. I had moved down from Northern Indiana. I know it sounded like I was out of state, but I'd been here a number of years before I actually applied to med school. So I had a license and I was a Florida resident. So that made that part of it, I think, a little better. I know it can be hard for out of states. There are some schools in Florida that are much more open to out of state. UCF actually is one of them. They take a good number of out of state students every year. So I would encourage you to look at the school specific stats according to what percentage of in-state and out of state students they take. And that may help you not waste your time applying to schools that you really don't have much of a shot at.
Okay. All right, we have Teresa. How can students get a sense of community with their medical school students as a non-trad with other medical schools?
No, yeah, that's a good question too. The sense of community kind of comes from being a med student, really. I mean, you are part of the medical community, whether you're 42 in my case, or 22, which is a lot of my classmates were. You're both going through the same trials and tribulations. You're both getting beat up in an anatomy lab. You're both studying all day, every day for step one. So you're going through a lot of those same trials. So you have a lot to relate to your fellow students. And really, it's about finding people that are like you, even though they're younger than you. I made some good friends that were much younger than me, but they have similar interests, similar beliefs, that line up with what I do. Really just talk to people. You're a person just like them, and you would be surprised at how well received you'll be as a person, in your 30s and 40s entering into med school. You're a student just like them.
Right. All right. From Stephanie, how did you talk about your initial college experience in your application?
I'm trying to remember. It's been 4 years ago now. I was pretty transparent, though. I know that. I mean, anytime I had a chance, I actually took it as an opportunity, to tell people, hey, I failed out, when I started. And they look at you like, what? Because they're going to see it anyway. In your medical school application, you can't hide it. Everything is put in there. So if you had trouble with college, or you took a long time to get through college, it's an opportunity for you to do well in your second try or your post-bac or whatever you decide to do, because it's going to make you look that much more successful. Like, I struggled here, but I succeeded here. And when they see that upward trend like that, it makes people like you. I think everybody loves a winner, but more importantly, they like somebody who triumphs over adversity. And I think, be open and honest if you had trouble in your academic history, especially if you succeeded on the most recent academic metrics. It's going to make you look good.
Right. Dr. Gray talks about that a lot too, kind of learning throughout the process. All right. Love public speaking and have leadership activities related to my passion throughout my undergrad. How is this valuable as a physician? How do I bridge the gap in my personal essay?
You're right. I mean, leadership is something that med schools are really looking for. They want to see somebody that has leadership and teaching, because that's a big part of medicine. If you have that in your background, and it sounds like you do, I would just come straight out and say it. It's hard to write it exactly like maybe you would say, because you're your own person, but I'd come out and say, I've had public speaking experience. I've done this. I spoke here and here. I've taught here and here. I think that's going to translate well into medicine, because medicine is a team sport. It's also a self-driven thing. Just try to take your time to craft your essay and make it flow well. But definitely, work in the fact you have public speaking and teaching. Those are two great benefits. Great.
Yep. All right. If you want to build relationships with the school, should you connect with the dean of medicine or the admissions personnel? Do you have any experience on that end?
Yeah, well, I mean, the admissions personnel are the ones that are going to be driving a lot of what happens for your application for med school. I mean, it can't hurt to know the dean of medicine. If you want to connect with the dean of medicine, by all means, that's not a bad thing. I was very open, especially with Rel Larkin, who was the head of admissions over there at UCF. I had a lot of conversations with him. In the future, I actually recommended students to him after I was already in. So it can only help you to have an open relationship with the dean of admissions, for sure. And if you have inroads to the dean of medicine, I mean, that's definitely going to contribute. They all get a say in who comes in and who doesn't.
Right. Great. Let's see. Do applicants who receive their GED rather than taking a traditional high school diploma or getting a traditional high school diploma get looked down upon by med schools? Or do you have the same odds as a traditional applicant? Might be a tough question.
Yeah, well, not too tough, because once again, I mean, this is kind of goes back to my struggles early on in college. I didn't get a GED, I got a high school diploma, but I fell out of college. So it's the same thing. You had struggles in high school. So how did you do after that? That's what they're going to look for. I don't think it's going to hinder you at all. I mean, if anything, you can say, I got a GED and then I made Dean's List and I did this. In college, I think it's going to make your story more interesting. It's going to show that I didn't graduate, but I was able to get up and I was able to succeed despite that. I think it's a good story.
Okay. Question from Jonathan. How did you make being a non-traditional applicant into an advantage instead of what can be seen as a disadvantage when applying to med school? So you kind of talked about this a little bit already. If you want to maybe kind of dive a little deeper.
Right. Your advantage is your non-trad background. It really is. So we all have a different story. Mine was different than everybody else's. As a non-trad, you've had careers, you've had families, you've had experiences. You've had stories, right? I mean, somebody who's been 18 and then got into the university of their choice and then started immediately applying to med school, they all look pretty similar. I mean, either they can say, oh, on summer break, I did this. You can say, for these years, I did this and it enriched me in this way. I have this experience. That's how you leverage that as a non-trad applicant. You make sure they understand that I am a complete individual, because that's what they want. I mean, they're looking to color out their classes. They're looking to have a diversity. And one of the ways they can find that diversity is with age and experience. So you want to make sure you spin it like, yeah, I'm a non-trad, but this is what I did while I was there. I had to pack boxes for a living, but then I worked my way into being an engineer. I mean, those are stories that are interesting. So humans love stories. I'm going to take that from Ryan as well. So, and it gives you stories that can capture their attention in your personal statement and make them interested in you.
Right. Great answer. So a question about families. Did you know any females that were pregnant during your class? Do you think it's doable? What are your thoughts?
It is doable. I've known a couple in my class. I can think of two. I won't say their names, but yes, it is doable. And depending on the timing, you may have to put off graduation for a year. So if you're going to be pregnant, I mean, it's a big responsibility. You can't. I've known one that had a child and was able to not have to put off for a year, but you can kind of expect it because you have that whole journey. Like I said, it all depends on the timing of the child. So if you have the child when it's in the middle of a really intense class and it's just you're not going to be able to do it, you may have to repeat a year. It's definitely doable. So if you can time it, but pregnancies don't always work that way. But you can time it so the child is born, during the break, and then you can have a chance to bring the child home and get through that initial period and set up child care. It can be done. But I've known a couple, and I know a couple that did not have to delay, and I know at least one that did. So it can be done, and it is done regularly.
Is there a point along the process that you might say generally might be easier? Fourth year, first year? Like you mentioned the breaks, kind of timing it that way. It doesn't always work out, but any thoughts on
that? That's hard to say. I mean, at any time, if you want optimal, you probably want to have the child right at the end of first year, because then you actually get your last summer break you're ever going to have in your life.
Okay. All right. Interview questions. What kind of question did you get during your interview regarding your initial struggles? Was it a focal point, or did it come up less than you thought?
It came up less than I thought. Yeah, they didn't really talk about it. There was a number of applications that said if you've gotten any grades less than like a B, that you need to elaborate on it, and some didn't. As long as you address your struggles in the application, I don't remember really coming up much at all, really. I think they screen you and they kind of use your grades and where you are and your academic story to say, we want to interview this guy. And I think once you have the interview, and I did hear this a number of times, they tell you the fact you're here means that you are good enough academically. Now we're just trying to figure out who we want from those academically qualified individuals.
Okay. Kind of a follow-up to that, could you explain your interview and maybe how it differs from a job interview?
Okay, a little more general question. Med school interviews very, very vastly. So they have something called a mini interview where they run these little mini interview sessions where they actually kind of throw cases at you. It feels more of like a step 2 CS, which at this point I don't know what that is, but like a clinical thing almost. And for the most part, the interviews were, you would go in and they'd be like, okay, it's interview time. And you'd have 4 or 5 interviewees and you'd go to each office and sit down and they would talk to you. And every interviewer has their own style. So in my experience, it was very similar to a job interview. They would just have a conversation, try to get to know you. Some of them would fire tough questions at you, which is also similar to a job interview, where they'd be like, hey, tell me your 3 worst qualities, or, if you were a cookie, what would you be? You get these weird things, but that's what it is. So it's kind of unpredictable. You don't know until you get into the room with the person what kind of an interviewer you have. The medical student, like 4th year medical student interviewers, are usually the nicest on you, and then some of the seasoned attendings can be a little tough, because they're trying to differentiate one from the other, and they all have their idea of how to do that. So a hard question to answer in the fact that interviewers are so different in both private and in the med school arena that I think, a lot of them are the same. Some of them may be different.
Okay. What are some of the things you enjoyed most about medical school? Anything that you did not enjoy as much, if you're allowed to say?
Yeah, I'm allowed to say. I'm candid, if not anything else. But, the process of becoming a doctor is fun and challenging. So I enjoyed growing and, learning these things and kind of becoming, a future physician. Now, you don't come out of med school being a physician by any means. You learn how to do that once you're on the job. That's what it is. But you get the knowledge that you need for it, at least to start out, and then you grow from there. So I enjoyed that kind of journey part. It was always a big relief. The best part is when you get done with the class, you get that grade back. You're like, I did it. Take a breath, move on to the next one. What I enjoyed the least was, probably step 1 studying. It was absolutely soul crushing, but we all do it. It was 10 hours a day for 6 weeks. It was like just a grueling type of thing, and you may not even get the payoff you want from that, but it's called doing your best at it. So step 1 is definitely my least favorite, followed closely by, probably biomedical science. But
okay. All right, we'll do a few more quick questions. When it comes to family emergency situations, did you take time off? Did your wife handle that mostly while you were in med school and kind of as you are beginning your residency now, right?
Yeah, I'm beginning my residency now. Yeah, been fortunate not to have a lot of family emergencies. As far as situations go, it would depend on the situation. My wife was always there, always handling things, always taking care of things. I never really had to worry too much about that. But like the birth of our child, I took 2 weeks off, in the middle of my bugs and drugs class. And so it was both ways. If my time was needed, then I made the time. But on the other hand, she was really good about framing up, allowing me to do what I had to do.
Right. That's great. Do you ever feel discouraged from choosing your specialties or kind of anywhere along the path because of your age?
You worry about the way people may envision you in certain careers. You're referring to like maybe something physically challenging like surgery, or, my chosen field is emergency medicine. I'm in an internal med prelim year right now. So do I ever feel, others discouraged you from choosing? I felt like others discouraged me from choosing to go into medicine. I had that quite a bit, where I would be with, people I was shadowing or whatnot, and they'd be like, yeah, you really might want to consider something else. As far as being discouraged from medical specialties because of my age, no, I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of, it's maybe some unspoken barriers that you worry about, but for the most part, people are, they've been pretty good and pretty accepting.
That's great. Let's see. We'll do one more. Just scrolling through here. Okay, I think you kind of briefly touched on this, but were there other non-trads in your cohort once you decided to take the path and path 2 and through med school, your primary focus? How long did your journey take?
So yes, there were other non-trads. I mean, at 42, being in med school, I was the oldest in my class. I think, and I can't say this for sure, I might have been the oldest med student that UCF had taken in their history. But I did have one classmate that was 2 years behind me in age. I know another one that was late 30s, a couple of them in their 30s and early 30s. So yeah, I had other non-trads in my cohort. And as far as how long the journey took, I was 4 years and done. So I mean, it was in the door and out the door on time. Sometimes I wondered if that was actually going to be the case, but it was. Yeah. So we made it through the other side.
That's awesome. Well, as we're wrapping up here, do you have any final advice for the other non-trads out there kind of considering this journey?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if you want to do medicine, if your passion is to become a doctor, and make sure it is, then don't let your age stop you. There's people older than me that have become doctors. I was received very well. I only applied a few places and I got a few interviews. I mean, I did not feel like I was discriminated against because of my age. If anything, I think being a non-trad gives you the ability to put things in your application, to tell compelling stories that will capture interest, to show that you're a rounded person that are going to help you get in. So if you want to do medicine, if you want to be a doctor as a non-trad, do it. And do everything you can, and you're still gonna have to do the shadowing. You're still gonna have to do well in school, and whether it's a post-bac or in my case, just going back and finishing a degree. You're still gonna have to do what all the other students do. I mean, they're not gonna take you just because you're a non-trad, but it gives you something more. It gives you a little bit of an edge. It gives you, a story and a history that I think can benefit. So don't be discouraged as a non-trad. You have something going for you, and that's one of the things that is working to your advantage.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. You made through quite a few questions. I know the students appreciate that as well. So.
Oh yeah, and I love answering them.
Well, thank you again, and we will talk to you soon. I'm going to hand it over here to Dr. Scott. Are you with us?
Thanks, Skylar.
We got you muted.
Hello.
Hello. The floor is yours, sir. How are things going over on the main page?
Oh, I think they're going pretty well. I think the day's gone well so far. I'm very excited about all that we're being able to cover. So it's been great. Are you learning stuff? Are you learning stuff, Skylar?
I'm enjoying it. Yeah. So I've been bouncing back and forth, hosting the Q&A and then trying to catch the live sessions over on the main page. So I've got a double day of work to catch up on everything later on, but it's awesome to see kind of all of this stuff that Dr. Gray's been working so hard to put together. I think you mentioned this was a dream of his 4 years ago, and now to see it kind of come together really quickly. I mean, I know you and Rachel have been working really hard to make that happen. So it's cool to kind of see everything working out.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's great. Well, so now let me, so we're waiting on our next guest to come into the room. So if you've got a couple of minutes, Skylar, why don't I ask you a couple of questions?
Oh, geez. Okay.
So tell me now you're a pre-med student. Is that right?
I am. Yep. I'm a non-trad as well.
Yeah, and what's
going
your
on. What's that? I'm sorry.
what's your biggest concern or your biggest worry these days?
That's a good question. So I just started taking some undergrad classes again. I graduated in 2011 with a degree in chemistry, and at the time I had anticipated going on to med school, but I had life circumstances that took me elsewhere, and I'm grateful for those. But about a year or two ago, I decided that I wanted to pick that back up again. I started following Dr. Gray's non-traditional student forums and the podcast, and eventually I ended up working with him. So kind of picked back up on learning about the process. And at the time in 2011, it was not, for me at least, and based on the advice that I had received, it wasn't as common for students to break from school and then go back to med school. So for a long time, I thought I had kind of just given that up. And so it was nice to be able to, start listening to Dr. Gray and hear that positive advice and that encouragement. And that's kind of really been a driving force for me deciding to pick that up again and go for it. So right now I'm taking some undergraduate classes, boost my GPA, get reacquainted with learning a lot of information really quickly. And then I'll start preparing for the MCAT and applying probably next year. So
yeah, excellent. Well, and I think what you said earlier is very much the case with a lot of students that we deal with, which is life sometimes gets in the way. And we have these plans, we have these dreams of what our journey is going to look like, and then life gets in the way. And then it's often what we do with that, how we respond to that is going to make or break our pathway, or is going to set things in motion. And it sounds like that you kind of made a commitment to yourself to that this is the journey you wanted to take, and so you're doing what you can to make that happen. Am I sort of describing that accurately?
Yeah, and that's kind of been something that I've heard echoed through. I've listened to a couple of your interviews with Dr. Gray and some of the other guests that he's had on Specialist Stories, and really all of his podcasts and YouTube videos. And if you decide medicine's the path for you, then do everything you need to do to get there. For me, that meant going back, taking some classes. It's been 8 or 9 years since I've been in a class. Things look a little different now than they did 8 or 9 years ago, but just getting familiar with learning again, with kind of structured learning, I guess, and starting to enjoy that process again. So I've always loved learning. It's always been something that is really kind of a pastime of mine, I guess, going back and kind of getting into the sciences and kind of developing study habits again and things like that, so that when I do hopefully matriculate into med school, I've set myself up well for success.
Yeah, that's great. Well, best wishes to you, Skylar. I hope things go well, and
Thank you.
keep up the good work and stay focused. And the drill and all the things that we talk about on the podcast and stuff. And so, but I think it's all about a lot of it is about discipline and focus and pursuing your passion. And if you can do that, then the sky's the limit,
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's a good point too, the discipline. I know one of the questions I hear a lot from some of the other non-trads in the forums and whatnot is it possible to manage working? So I work for Dr. Gray full time, and then also taking class and having, a family and life outside of your pursuit of medicine. And, that's something I'm kind of in the thick of now, but again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. If that's something that you are committed to doing, then you find ways to make it work. And it's very helpful that I have a great support system. Others may not, and that's something that it's an obstacle that they'll have to kind of overcome as well. But it's just being disciplined, learning how to kind of commit to that process and figure out what you need to along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's great. Well, I enjoyed talking to you, Skylar, and we're going to wait. I guess we have another person coming into the room, or no?
Yeah, let's see.
Maybe Dr. Hawkins, is that right?
Yeah, so Phil Hawkins from Blueprint, they have a long session, so we may have a little bit of an intermission here
Oh, gotcha.
before their session finishes up. I think they're over on the main channel talking about developing a study plan and kind of preparing for the MCAT and what that looks like short and long term for students. So maybe we'll take a brief intermission here, and our students can head over there and hop back on after that finishes.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Well, good to talk to you, Skylar. Best wishes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm sure I'll talk to you throughout the day.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Talk to you soon.
Take care.
All right, bye. Hi, we're waiting on Dr. Nakai to come in from UC Riverside, and as soon as she gets in from the main stage, we'll start with some questions and answers for her. So prepare your questions, those of you that have come over from the main stage. Questions for Dr. Nakai. Good afternoon.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I just got over from the main stage as well. I listened to you and Ryan and talking, and hopefully we'll get some good questions in from students. We're already getting some coming in now, and so we'll hop right into some of those questions. Here is one of them. As an MD PhD applicant, how do I best gauge which resources in medical school, et cetera, that I actually do need versus the ones that nice to have? So this is really all about maybe the differences between an MD applicant and an MD PhD applicant, how they might look at the process of applying, what MD PhD programs look for that are maybe a slightly different than what an MD only program might look for. So maybe address some of those issues.
Yeah, so when you're applying MD, PhD, I think you have to be thoughtful about dual candidacy. Some schools really appreciate dual candidacy where you apply MD, PhD, but you also want to be considered for the MD program, and some schools don't and really sort of frown on that. So I would definitely look at just the resources for the medical school and your current interests, but also like there has to be a great fit for the PhD side, on the scientist side. Like, so if you are really interested in cancer biology, like you need to make sure that there are faculty mentors there who will be able to, interview you and determine that they're interested in having you potentially as someone that can work in their lab. So it's kind of like a fit on both cylinders for not only just the MD and the mission part of the physician side, but also the scientist side. So most MD PhD programs do a pretty good job of providing more hands-on outreach. There tends to not be as many applicants in that pool. So you have a higher likelihood of being able to have some conversations, email exchanges, and phone calls with admissions counselors or directors of those programs to help you determine fit.
Right. This next question is really all about, and I'm sort of going to insert my own sort of take on this question, which is really about MCAT waiting, those students that are having to wait to take the MCAT until it's reopened or whatever. And this is really a question that goes to the broader issue of COVID and what's going on with the medical schools within the context of COVID. And I know that there's a lot of medical students, pre-med students that are anxious about taking the MCAT, when they're going to be able to take the MCAT, and this issue of applying early, which they're always encouraged to do, and then how not being able to apply early and have a complete application is going to affect their standing, et cetera. So there's just a lot of sort of confusion, I think, but also a lot of fear that's sort of swirling around right now. I mean, you've heard it, I'm sure, from calls and emails that you've gotten. So maybe talk a little bit about how you guys at Riverside are sort of dealing with COVID and how it might change the process.
Yeah, so I definitely think that the cycle is pushed forward by 2 weeks. So no one in the country can read your Amcas application until at least July 10th. And that's no matter when you submit it and no matter when it gets verified. So the first date stamp that will appear on your Amcas is when it arrives at the school that you send it to after it's been verified. So if you apply on, tomorrow and you get verified on June 4th, your application is going to sit in a pile and all the other applications are going to join it. And then the first bolus of downloads on July 10th, they all are going to have the same date. So there's not a huge advantage for students to apply early and during the verification period before the download even happens. So that's the first thing is, Amcas contract stipulates they have at least 6 weeks, or a maximum of 6 weeks to do verifications, but usually they don't take that long. And they try to staff the verification team based on where they're seeing applications coming in for completion. So I think that usually my rule is anytime, getting your application verified anytime in July is really considered early, because the peak of the cycle is September, October, November, and December. That's really the peak where we're doing reviews, interviews, and then beginning in October, starting to making decisions and making offers. So if you're in, since we moved everything forward by 2 weeks, then I would say verification by the first or second week of August is still relatively early. All the medical schools in the country have agreed to push the date forward and are aware that these MCAT scores are going to take longer. Secondly, when you fill out your MCAS application, there is a question that asks if you have a pending MCAT. You answer yes or no. This is a manual flag. So you do not have to say if you have one. If you already have a score and you're just trying to get a little bit better of a score, but you don't want to incur delay waiting for that score, then you can just say no. And when your new score comes in, it will catch up with your application and it will post, but there won't be what we call an MCAT hold flag applied by the application when it gets downloaded to the specific school. What specific schools do with those hold flags is different. So some schools, if you meet the minimum, they'll push your file forward anyway. Some schools are going to wait for new scores, et cetera. It just kind of depends. But just know that your file might be reviewed without your new MCAT score if it makes it through the school's process before your score comes in. But you can expedite your file if you're just trying to see if you can get that much better of a score. It might come into play further down the line for an interview decision and or for an acceptance. Yeah. If you decide not to take the MCAT and you marked yes on the flag, you have to go back into Amcas and change it to no. Otherwise, your file is probably sitting in an MCAT hold bucket, and the school has no way of knowing that you changed your plans.
Right. Good. I'd like to shift a little bit to a different line of questioning. And that line of questioning really is about the interview experience, really the overall experience that a student has with your school, and how they can notify you or talk to you about if they have problems in that experience. So, for example, the question that we got from offline was about internal biases. For example, if somebody has an Appalachian accent and an admissions committee member seems to have an adverse reaction to their accent and sort of is aggressive toward that or whatever, if an applicant has a bad interview experience for whatever reason, what should they do?
Yeah, it's really kind of tricky. So as an admissions dean, I always appreciated hearing if someone had kind of a negative interview experience right away. And that's so that I know that regardless of how the interview was scored, there were concerns about the interview. So if you wait to see what happens and then you don't get the outcome you want, then you go back to the dean and you come to me and you say, Dr. Nakai, actually my interviewer was really a jerk to me. It's really hard for me to figure out whether you're just sour and that's really true, and it's harder for me to then take action on it. So I think all admissions deans make an effort to attend to these types of equity issues, and I would, as professionally as possible, report your concerns. Usually the admissions office during the orientation will try to give some examples of questions that you should not be asked, or they'll provide some sort of a basis for that. And I would just let them know, I had a couple of concerns about my interview. I just wanted to let you guys know, I had thank you for the experience. I appreciate it. Don't make any demands. Just put your concern out there and see how the school responds. If they respond poorly, I'm just going to be real. You don't want to go to that school.
Right.
Just be real. If you say I have a bias incident in the admissions process and they do nothing, what do you think it's going to look like when you're a med student and there's a bias incident?
Right.
That's just real.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this really leads to, I think, another a question is that, or another issue is that often students really don't know what the interviewer is looking for, what their objectives or agenda might be. And in my experience, I've had many students who reported that they had concerns about the interview, whereas I looked at the interview results and the interviewer loved them. And it really wasn't an issue at all. And so it seems to me like that you often have to, that students often have to admit to themselves that they don't know the interviewer, they've never met them, they don't know what their reaction might be to them, and they need to chill out a little bit and kind of just let the process go forward. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, I think I actually had an applicant one time. My book is full of stories about stuff like this too. So I actually had an applicant at the end of the interview be like, "How did I do? How are you going to score me?" And I'm like, "You're actually not allowed to ask that." So, but it is a little bit like anxiety provoking, right?
Right.
So I think sometimes we don't have a good gauge of our performance, particularly if someone might be hard to read, or the way that their facial expressions or their body language, we might be misinterpreting something. So again, I mean, if I got a concern from an applicant that was like, "You know what, I think that interview went really poorly. Here's a couple of examples of things that I said and then things that the interviewer said," it still might be the case that the interviewer scored them well and liked them and still did something inappropriate that we need to address, right? Those things are not necessarily mutually exclusive. So I think, if it's just your anxiety and you're not really sure how you did, that's not a reason to say like, "Oh, I want another interview where I think something untoward happened." You would have to give a specific example. Like they said, women should be having babies and not being in medical school. Like you would have to give a specific quote that we could then follow up with our committee member and say, "We received a concern, yada, yada." And of course we would do everything we can to make sure that you get fair consideration, a new interview, something to make it right.
Right. Great. We have another question from offline where the applicant or the questioner is asking about the sort of reputation that medical schools have for being cutthroat in terms of competition between students. And the question really is, how do I find a school that truly fosters a sense of community rather than this sort of cutthroat competition among its medical students? So I guess my question for you is, in your experience, do medical schools really have, I know a lot of medical schools have this reputation of being cutthroat and students really competing with each other. Has that been your experience that actually plays out in the medical school environment, or is that sort of a myth?
I'm going to say yes and no. And, I think it really just depends. So I will say that we're talking about pre-med students, and I would liken them to Olympic athletes, right? They're all really great. They're all really competitive, and they're all awesome. And we take a bunch of Olympic athletes and put them all in one cohort, they're going to still bring all of those skills and all of those strategies that they used to get into medical school with them to medical school. Schools have transitioned a lot to pass-fail grading, so that's something that you can look for. Most medical schools, I don't know of any medical schools that grade on a curve. So I think there's always sort of, you have to get at least a certain percentage to pass the course or to pass an exam. So most of the time you're really just competing with yourself. But there are things like honors, being in Alpha Omega, AOA kind of, society, which is like the honor society for medical school. And some schools are starting to do away with AOA chapters for that very reason, because they just feel that it only captures one portion or one snapshot of the excellence that an applicant might bring. So I have found, though, in the 4 medical schools I've been at, that there's been a really high degree of collaboration and peer support among medical students. They do recognize that these people are now your colleagues, and they're your future colleagues, and you are going to be connected to them for the rest of your career, and relying on these people as your co-workers and your fellow physicians. You're joining a profession, and I think that does change the level of competition. So how bad it is in pre-med at some schools is what I've heard. It's not nearly that way in medical school. And I think a lot of medical students will verify that. But there still are students, there's the gunner, the med students call them gunners, people that just want to be top of the class and are really driven by that. And there's sort of a place for everyone on the Olympic team of sort of where you fall and where you want to take your goals. So
Right. Yeah, great. That leads me to another question, which is students who psychologically, there's a lot of preparation necessary for applying to medical school, getting into medical school, dealing with medical school itself and the stresses that are involved in medical school, in the entirety of the experience, a lot of stress. And so this really leads to the issue of mentally preparing for medical school. I remember hearing a medical student one year saying that the biggest shock of his life was when when he failed his first test in medical school. He'd never failed a test in his entire life. He was the top of the top of the top everywhere that he ever went. And then all of a sudden he was average. And this took a huge emotional toll on him. So the question, I guess, is how can pre-med students begin to make this sort of jump to, I'm not just the top person in everything anymore, I'm sort of average now for the first time in my life. Are there ways that a student can kind of prepare themselves for that?
Yeah, I mean, I talk about this a lot in my book too, because I do think it's a secret ingredient, and the secret ingredient is really, authenticity, but also growth. So if you have not sought experiences that are at the edge of your growth zone, where you are uncomfortable, where the possibility that you could fail is real, or you in fact did, then I would say, you might not be ready for medical school. And graduate school, or whatever the next step is. I think we all need to have that instructive discomfort that helps us grow. And if everything has been, sunshine and rainbows, moving forward, I would question the resilience. And it's not that we want to see students struggle or make mistakes. There's a lot of ways that you can demonstrate growth, demonstrate getting outside of your comfort zone in extracurricular activities or service or other professional endeavors. But I do think that paying attention to self-care and stress management, I was looking at the MCAT thread on Twitter and seeing how a lot of students responded by lashing out. Those students are not resilient. I don't want any of those kids in my medical school. When I come to you with disappointing news, I do not want you to scream swear words in my face. Like, why would you act that way online? Like, that is not a resilient. Our medical students, due to COVID, right? They got pulled out of their rotations. A bunch of their electives got canceled. Students who are going into their fourth year are not going to be able to do away rotations to get into certain specialties. And yet, most of my students, if not all of them, they're just going with it, right? They're like, everybody's in the same boat. There's nothing we can do. This isn't directed personally at me. They're showing a high degree of resilience, which is giving me a lot of, confidence in their ability to be great physicians. I mean, how you behave when things don't go your way, you need to ask yourself that question, because there's going to be things in med school that just don't go your way. You won't get that summer internship. You won't get that scholarship. You won't get the, officer position you ran for in an interest group. And those are important hallmarks of maturity that I think will set people up for success or problems in medical school.
Yeah, absolutely. So you said that your book is full of stories, and I'm sure you've got a lot of stories to tell. I'd be interested if you maybe could tell us a couple of stories. What are the stories that stick out in your mind that really would give some good points to pre-med students that are listening to this broadcast? What are things that they can learn from stories that you might be able to tell about an applicant or the experience of an applicant, et cetera?
Yeah. So one of the stories I tell in my book is about a young woman who grew up in her family's restaurant. And when she came to me, she was really worried about, she didn't have a ton of extracurricular activities. She had enough, but she didn't have a ton compared to how she was comparing herself to her peers. And she'd grown up in her family's restaurant her whole life, working there, washing dishes on the milk crate, and then working her way up to eventually being an assistant manager and running the show. And I asked her sort of, so what have you learned, working in a restaurant? And she had the most amazing insights about teamwork and how we rely on each other. We can't value certain people on the team more than others. Like the chef can come up with an amazing recipe, but if it's not executed well by the kitchen, if it's not delivered on time, if someone brings it out cold because it was 5 minutes late, like that, everybody's success is really bound up in each other's. And she also talked about how she learned how to ask questions in a way that would make people feel comfortable accepting help. So she said, if a customer says, I want scrambled eggs with cheese on them, and they order their eggs a specific way, and I come back and I see that they took one bite of their eggs and they ate everything else on their plate and they didn't eat those eggs, I don't ask them how are the eggs as I run by with coffee to another table. Right. I stop and I look at them and I say, it looks like our eggs did not meet your expectations. Please let me know what I'm going to bring you instead. I've got muffins. I've got these other things. Like, what am I going to bring you instead? And she said, almost always people will take her up on it when she asks in that way, right? I've observed this rather than putting it on the person. Well, I don't want to be an imposition. And so she really used that in working with students as a tutor, right? Like, when should we do supplemental instruction? Not do you need it or who needs it? Raise your hand if you need, supplemental instruction. But she learned to ask the questions in ways that helped people get what they need. So it's the reflection and the insight and the growth that you bring to the table, not necessarily this fancy list of things, right? This checklist of stuff that you've done is really only going to get you so far. If you can't talk to me about what it means and how you've grown and the insights you've gained from those interactions, it's really just going to fall flat. It's going to just look like a cookie cutter applicant that just checked off all these boxes. And in fact, in admissions, we call them cookie cutter applicants.
Right. So I'm getting a variety of questions through the feed, and I want to reach out to one of the applicants, one of the pre-med students, and that is Holly. Holly, if you could, there's two students who have said, I've been asking the same question all day. I'm not getting any answer. So I definitely want to try to answer whatever that question is. If Holly, if you could re-ask that question on the feed, that would be great, because I think that Dr. Nakai, as well as the rest of us, really want to answer your questions and get to a point where we can help you be satisfied with what you're hearing. So,
I think I see the question. Is it your view on listing serving as a parental caregiver for a chronically ill parent in work sections, especially if that's been your main task? Like, should you list personal things? So I've seen students list this. I think if you have a specific role as a caregiver, it's fine to list it on the application, but you also have to have other things, right? Like, your application cannot be fully dependent on the hours that you've spent caring for someone that you're related to. We also want to see how you might be able to relate to people who aren't in your family, if that's possible. I think you have to be careful to list things on your application that are experiences that you would think about putting on an academic resume or in a bio. So I put this on my Facebook because I do the Friendly Neighborhood Admissions Dean on my Facebook, and someone listed that growing up, their nanny was from Oaxaca. I was like, no, can't put that your nanny, like, well, I wouldn't put that on my CV that, my nanny's from another country or whatever. Like, so you have to kind of think about, is this relevant to my motivation? Will it help committees understand me as a candidate? And have I grown, and am I able to demonstrate growth and authenticity by listing this? So some students, the one exception to that is I would not list that you are a parent, right? If you chose to have children, like that, the fact that you care for them is obvious. But if you're caring for an aunt, an uncle, grandparents, a parent, like that's different, because that's a really specific choice you're making to care for another adult. So I guess that's kind of both. Like, I don't like it when people put like, well, I'm a mom. Yeah, I'm a mom too. I don't put that on my CV because I have 3 kids. They're a pain in the butt, but it's not going to help me get promoted, right? So, and I have amazing kids. They're great, but yeah. So I think is it relevant to the picture that you're trying to paint of yourself to committees? And if that's the case, then can you describe things that you've learned, things you've gained, what it's meant to you to participate in that? Any experience you list, you're never going to get in just because you listed that experience, right? We're not going to say, this person has 1,000 hours of scribing. That's amazing. It's going to be the insights you gained from that and the way that you can talk about your lessons learned. That's going to be the meaning making that really makes the difference.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. And to add to that, I frequently talk to students about not just the what that they did, but the so what. What difference did it make to you? What was the meaning? What there's other students who have been caregivers for their parents or their grandparents or whatever. What did you gain from this experience that was meaningful to you? So I really like that response. I guess one last question, or I guess we have time for a couple more. This one I think could be broadened to a variety of things. Do you have any advice for people who are coming in from other healthcare professions that are applying to medical school? Maybe they're a physician assistant, maybe they're a nurse, maybe they're an EMT or other type of healthcare provider. What advice would you have for them in terms of maybe how they list their experiences or what they should emphasize in their story, etc.?
Yeah, so I have a chapter in my book for career changers and non-traditional students. And I think it's important to talk about what you love about your current career, and then the more that you're seeking in going to medical school, right? So here's all the great things I love about being a PA, and these are the things I would like to do as a physician to sort of make it clear that distinction. I think the most common leap that people make is having a career in nursing, and then moving into medical school. But you definitely want to honor your initial path, even if it's something like bioengineering or software design, or like I do read a lot of non-traditional student applications where they talk about an initial career path and then how maybe it came up short for them. So you want to be relatively positive so that you don't appear critical of your own decisions. Like, oh, I made this huge mistake. I went into this first. Like, it's not a mistake. It's just, here's what I've learned in my past so far. And this is what I'm seeking, by choosing to become a physician at this point. In general, I think being an allied health provider is a strength. Again, if you're bringing in, there's just insights and knowledge that you have if you've been working in healthcare at that level that other applicants just won't. And make sure that you leverage that and really show that on your application by giving specific examples to the committee.
Okay, excellent. So to finish this out, to finish out our time together, what I'd like to ask is really, you've got a real spotlight here for these last few minutes with hundreds, if not thousands, of pre-med students around the country who are really wanting your expertise, your wisdom from your many years of experience in the medical school admissions area. What's maybe the top two things that you feel like if you take anything away from today, these are the two things I'd want you to take away? What would those be?
That's so hard. I would say the first thing is don't give up. If there's something else that you could do that would make you equally as happy as becoming a physician, then I unequivocally say probably go do that thing, because medicine is like super hard. But if you've decided that you feel called to this and you're finding a purpose in this pathway, then you really owe it to yourself to play it out and continue. There are so many of us supporters out there that are trying to make sure that students have what they need for this journey. And we love seeing you on the other side. And I think the students who are in it for the right reasons are always the ones that give back. And they're always the ones that make a difference with patients. And so, be encouraged that, when things happen, like MCATs get canceled and there's a pandemic, like it's not that people are against you. Even when we reject you from our schools, sometimes we mean not yet. Sometimes we mean not this year. Sometimes we mean we think that you're great, but we just don't have enough seats. So be resilient in this process if it's really what you're hoping to do. And the second thing is, I think you have to just own your journey and be confident in who you are. You can't be anyone other than yourself in the process, and you can't be all things to all schools. You learn that as you get a lot older, when you're our age, that you can't please everyone. So your North Star really has to be your own values and the things that you care about. And if you lead with that, you'll land at a school that hopefully values those things about you. If you're a non-traditional student or a career changer, or you had to do some grade repair, or you had to take the MCAT 6 times, those aren't things that you can change, right? Like that's your path. So what does it mean? And how can you own that and just be authentic about your strengths and your limitations in the admissions process, and just let the committees decide whether or not you're a great fit and whether or not that's appealing for them. So I think authenticity and passion are really key.
Yeah, that's awesome. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time today. It's been an incredible experience. And one last plug for your book, please. It's coming out when?
It comes out November 13th. It's called Premed Prep, Advice from a Medical School Admissions Dean. And there's a coupon code, I think, for it online. You can search for it. I posted on Facebook. I'll try to send it to Dr. Gray. You can also email me at premedprepadvice@gmail.com. And I'm starting to collect questions because I think I'm already realizing that my next book is just going to be questions. We're going to start doing some YouTube broadcasts like this, answering questions and seeing if we can group them together, by certain overall topics. And I'll I'm going to be partnering with some community organizations to get that done. So
yeah, awesome. So November 13, you say, and they can get it on Amazon or just the website or what?
Yeah, it's available for pre-order now, and then you'll get it a little bit before the release date if you pre-order it.
Awesome.
And I hopefully it'll be an easy read and it'll be useful and people. And I have a chapter in there for advisors, so I hope you all appreciate.
Absolutely.
The gentle smackdown that I laid on advisors for please stop discouraging our students and stop telling them they're not going to get in. Because every amazing physician I've ever worked with has been told by an advisor that they would never go to medical school. And I'm like, how do they all have this in common? This is a problem. So, yeah.
Great. Well, thank you again, Dr. Nakai, for being here today. It's been a wonderful experience to get you to respond to some of these questions, and keep in mind that that we are reaching out to so many different students, and your impact, the words that you've said today are really going to help them out a lot. So thanks again so much.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. We got a couple of other things that we're got on task for today. And I think the next Skylar, I think, is going to be taken back over. Is that right, Skylar?
Here.
There you go. And so I'll take leave of you for now, and the next issue's coming up.
Sounds great. Thank you. All right, Travis, I think, are you with us?
I am. Hey, Skylar.
Hey, how'd it go on the main feed over there?
It went good. Interested to see what people's questions are.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, just give us a brief rundown of kind of your experience. Today you're talking to us about kind of financing medical school. What is your story? How did you get to kind of where you're at right now?
Yeah, my wife is a physician, so she had a lot of medical school debt, and she didn't get a plan for it and didn't have any assistance or advice on how to manage it. And it ended up being a big disaster because her parents spent a ton of money on trying to help her go to school. And then it turns out she could have gotten loan forgiveness. And instead we had to pay that back in full. So we could have paid more like $40,000 or $50,000 for her $250,000 medical school education. And instead my in-laws had to pay a six-figure amount. And then she had to pay a six-figure amount as well, because the loans got so mangled by the time we figured out what was going on. So, that was a bad experience. I didn't want it to happen to anybody else. So I founded Student Loan Planner about 4 years ago and advised close to $1 billion of student loan debt.
Crazy. Well, we appreciate you being here today to kind of help out the rest of us. Hopefully we'll have some questions from our viewers, kind of, they got a chance to watch the main feed, but if you guys have questions, feel free to post them here on our Facebook page, or on our YouTube channel, and we will get started. So we have, first question here is from Danielle. Is there supposed to be a change to the loan forgiveness program? If so, when is that expected?
So I would say that the previous changes that have been proposed is people have proposed changing the loan program for people going to school in the upcoming fall after the bill is written. So everybody going to school this fall is safe. Anybody going to school after this fall for med school could potentially have public service loan forgiveness be eliminated, which would be a big negative for the cost of medical school. So you just need to, if you're going to school in fall of 2021 or beyond, you really need to pay attention to the legislation being discussed in Congress. I'll say that if you have a Biden victory or a Senate Democratic victory, then I would expect public service loan forgiveness is here to stay and will likely get even more generous. I think if you have Republicans maintain the Senate and Trump win re-election, then I think you'll see PSLF status quo just sort of continue if the Democrats retain the House. So really you would need, I think, a complete Republican sweep for loan forgiveness changes to actually happen in a negative way for people that are pursuing medical school.
Okay, good. Yeah, something to keep an eye on. All right. How much is Stafford loan for medical schools per year?
$40,500. So that's what you can borrow per year. Anything above that has to be financed with a Grad Plus loan.
Okay. And what are the limits for the Grad Plus loan?
Unlimited. as
Okay.
much as the cost of attendance of the school is, which the sky's the limit. So I've seen people with, the maxed out Stafford loans and then Grad Plus loans totaling $800,000. So there's no limit.
Okay. I don't know if you got a chance to talk about this on the main feed, but can you kind of differentiate between the two loans?
Stafford loans have an interest rate just that's 1% below the Grad Plus, and the Grad Plus has a higher fee up front of about 4% versus 1%. That's the only difference. They're both direct loans. There's no, there's no kind of bad difference for loan forgiveness treatment. They're basically identical except for that higher upfront fee and higher interest rate of Grad Plus.
Okay. All right. We have a question from Summer here. Okay. Talking about scholarships for med students.
Yeah. Are you able to find scholarships? I mean, so there's definitely scholarships for medical students. Is it worth it? I mean, I would say it's worth it if you are going to pursue private practice, but it's frankly not worth it if you're going to pursue an academic career. If you have a smaller balance, the balance is going to be forgiven tax-free anyway. So, I'm not going to discourage people for having a smaller balance and having some free money to use towards applying towards your loans. I mean, worst case scenario, it just lowers your risk of PSLF going away potentially, even though I think that's a low risk. But yeah, I certainly would not stress about not getting a scholarship with the current generosity of the PSLF program.
Okay. And we have one here from Isaac talking about HPSP, something Ryan's talked about, I think, a couple of times.
Yeah. So, I mean, HPSP is a good program if you want to be in the military. So my suggestion to you is if you want to serve and that's a passion of yours and you're interested in serving, then do it. Have conversations with recruiting officers. Tell them you want the military to pay for medical school and have those conversations as early as possible. So, probably the right time to do that is in your junior year, is start having those conversations, because I think that a lot of times you go through physicals and evaluations in the fall for applying for the following fall. So, you might still be able to have conversations to try to get some level of scholarship. Maybe it's for 3 years instead of 4 or something. But, I think that for the military scholarships, you want to plan as far ahead of time as possible at the minimum in your junior year, if you can.
Okay. All right. Okay, kind of combining the last two questions. Is there a difference between PSLF and HPSP?
So the difference is that PSLF, you can work at any not-for-profit or government employer as a civilian, and people in the military would theoretically still qualify for PSLF, except you're still paying 10% of your income regardless. So to be honest, this is maybe a little bit of a explosive thing to say, but I think a lot fewer physicians would actually go through the military route if they understood PSLF and how generous it was. Unless you, again, want to serve, right? There's a group of physicians that want to serve and they want to do that. And that's a wonderful a thing. But, most people, if you can not have to have a requirement around where you live and where you work and things like that, you might choose to not have that requirement, right? So working for the VA is, pretty awesome gig from all the clients that we have that work for the VA that have all that flexibility with also getting to be a civilian without having to follow orders, right? So I guess I would just continue to encourage somebody that if the main reason or a big reason of why you're going through the military is because of the cost of med school, don't do that.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's something Dr. Gray kind of reiterates all the time. It's if you're interested in serving, then pursue that route. But if that's not your reason for really looking into it, that's the dangerous path to pursue.
Right.
All right. Little plug here. How can we get in contact with you to utilize your services? The best way.
Yeah. Thank you for asking, Marissa. So just go to studentloanplanner.com. It's kind of like the shirt, studentloanplanner.com. I get in front of my microphone here. slash pre-debt, all one word, PREDEBT. So studentloanplanner.com/pre-debt. That's going to give you the information on our pre-debt consult that we have. We have a team of people that do those consults that are CPAs, CFPs, financial planners, people that really know their stuff. So if you're wanting to get a projection of what your life and loans and repayment will look like, that's what we do for this.
Awesome. All right.
Let's see, have a good amount of retirement money. Would you recommend using this to play for med school? Selling my house will have some equity, which to use? I would say neither one. You know, again, if you can get loan forgiveness, if you're going to work for a not-for-profit or government hospital, which is most physicians, then that's going to end up being forgiven. So pulling any money out of retirement or your house equity is a bad decision. So, you know, if you're going to pull money out and you're confident you're going to be in private practice, you know, 4.3% is really not that big of a deal to take that money out in Stafford loans, and maybe use that home equity money, if I had to choose one of the two, to cover the Grad Plus costs that you might have to borrow through that program.
Okay. What are some of the qualifications for the Stafford loan? I think you kind of briefly started getting into this with Dr. Gray over on the main channel, but could maybe touch on those highlights.
Yeah, I mean, again, Stafford loans and Grad Plus loans, you don't have to be qualified for them. They'll give them to you with no qualifications at all. If you have, you know, lousy credit, I mean, as long as you're not like literally like a convicted felon or something, you can get as much as you want for federal student loans.
Good to know. All right. What would it look like starting a family in medical school financially?
I think it's a great decision. If if everything else lines up, obviously, if you know, you have if you're mentally, psychologically ready, your partner's on board, then go for it, because you can actually take out more money through student loans to cover, you know, extra living expenses. That's one of the reasons we see larger balances, is people that do start families in medical school can qualify for a little bit extra money to cover, you know, expenses of having a family and all those things. And even better, that those costs, when you're taking out extra money from the student loan program, can be in a lot of cases forgiven with programs like public service loan forgiveness. And there's no good time to have kids. I mean, if you're going to go have kids in residency, you'll be stressed and not have time to see them. So having kids that might be a little bit older and potty trained by the time you enter residency is probably a good thing. So, you know, if you wait until residency, you might be so exhausted that you might say, "Oh, I'm just going to wait till becoming an attending." And so the simple truth, I think, is there's no right or wrong time to have kids. It's just whenever you're ready. And certainly if you want to do it in medical school, then financially you can handle that with extra borrowing from the student loan programs.
All right. Excellent. All right. What about undergrad loans and loan forgiveness after med school?
Yes. So yes, the answer to most question is yes. You can take out the student loans. The student loans for undergrad can be consolidated with med school loans when you graduate, and you can use public service loan forgiveness for all of it.
Excellent.
Recommendations for how to navigate the process of taking out loans, understanding the difference between types of loans. I mean, I think the best way to understand it is knowing what it's like after when you graduate. And we have a podcast, Student Loan Planner podcast, that you can find anywhere, like Spotify, you know, iTunes, wherever. And we have a lot of episode titles, if you scroll through the list, that will give you explanations in a lot more detail than I'm giving you now about the different kinds of loans and taking out loans. And we have a podcast episode coming out in a couple weeks that's specifically talking about just all of the issues surrounding when you're taking out debt, going to school versus being somebody that already has a bunch of debt in the workforce. So I would suggest Gabriella just check out our Student Loan Planner podcast for learning more about different kinds of loans.
Great. Awesome resources.
Med school loans, beginning accruing interest as soon as they are dispersed. That is correct. So institutional loans a lot of times are really through like programs like the health professions, the HPSL program. It's basically a program through Department of Health that schools will, you know, give you institutional loans at 5% interest, and they'll say, take these because they're 5% instead of, you know, the higher interest loans from the Department of Education. I would say that, you know, that's probably not a good plan to take out those Department of Health loans because they don't have PSLF in the promissory notes. So that's why I would suggest do not take out institutional loans, only take out the federal student loans. And yes, they do start accruing interest right away, but they have much better forgiveness protections, and all the forgiveness programs are written into the contract, in which that's not the case for institutional loans.
Good to know. Okay. Quick question. Someone with no credit history get a Grad Plus loan?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, no problem. If you fill the FAFSA out, and like I said, you're not like you don't have some crazy thing in your past or something, like you're going to have no problem getting as much as you need.
Okay. Applying for loans for the first time in a master's program prior to entering med school. So maybe a med master's program or something. Yeah.
So the cool thing is when you're going for a post undergraduate program, that you can get as many loans as you want for that program, and you can get an unlimited amount of loans for medical school too. And all of it's subject to forgiveness. So for example, if you're going for a 1 year or 2 year master's program because you needed some prereqs from undergrad that you didn't get, or whatever it is, and for whatever reason, take out only direct federal loans from Department of Education, and then take out only direct federal loans from medical school. And even if you have $600,000, it sounds crazy to say this, but it's not going to matter because everything's subject to forgiveness. The one thing I would caution you is don't dally in taking too long in your master's program, because I do expect PSLF will get repealed at some point. And when it does get repealed, it's going to be blocked for people that are not current students in medical school. It'll be blocked for people that start medical school after a specific date. There's no legislation. There's nothing in the works about this. I'm predicting this might happen in the mid 2020s at some point, but it's just something to stay tuned, because it really might influence your decision to potentially try to accelerate your path of going to medical school if something like that were to start being talked about being repealed.
Okay. All right. I think you kind of answered this already, but.
Yes. I mean, the short answer is no, you shouldn't be concerned, and you should take out as much as you need for post-bac programs.
Okay.
How do you enroll in the PSLF program? Several loans, that's the other one, PSLF. So Stafford loans and Grad Plus loans are just the kind of loans you have, and PSLF is something that you enroll in automatically. 6 months after your 6 months after your graduation, they'll ask you to start paying, and they'll tell you can pay $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month, or you can sign up for IBR. And you'll sign up for IBR and you'll say, I want the cheapest plan. You'll check that and you'll tell them you're working for a not-for-profit, and then they'll just automatically enroll you. The catch is you can do better than that. You can speed up that process of starting your payments so that you get $0 qualifying PSLF credits 4 months sooner. You can get on the right program for the long term so that you can change your tax filing status to minimize your payments. And you can build a paper trail faster than what they'll encourage you to do by manually submitting the certification forms. So that's a big part of what our company does for people who have already graduated. It's not a service or a concern that somebody should be worried about, though, until they graduate.
Okay.
Pressure rights medical schools themselves. Yes, I mean there are some medical schools, right? Like Penn Medical School is kind of has this reputation. WashU will pay for a big chunk of it. NYU will pay for all of it, right? So I have seen that, and yeah, like they do sometimes come to me with small amounts. Like military doctors sometimes will have borrowed for 1 year of the 4 years and have small amounts. And again, like it sounds crazy to say this, but a lot of times it just didn't really make a difference at all that they got that scholarship, because if the PSLF program makes sense in that person's case, then the payment ends up being very similar if you have 80,000 or if you have 300,000. So it's sometimes pretty alarming to see people make life decisions when they, that involve them not being near their loved ones or something just because of some scholarship that they were looking at.
Right. All right. Yeah, kind of talking about families.
Yeah, what would you tell parents nervous about the cost of medical school? I would say the number one thing is graduate. If the person can graduate and get through residency, the cost truly doesn't matter. And that sounds crazy to say. Again, one of my themes here is that you can pay your federal student loans as a percentage of your income. That is always an option. So even if you are a pediatrician making a tiny amount of money compared to other physicians, and you have $400,000, of medical school loans. You don't need to do PSLF. You can go for forgiveness in the private sector. And that involves basically paying a 10% tax for 20 years until loan forgiveness. So the question you have to ask yourself is, was going to medical school and then going to residency, all that pain and suffering and the work that you put in, is that worth the physician income minus 10%, of your income in exchange for, the cost of, of medical school essentially being covered by the taxpayer just indirectly? So I would just say, parents, I understand you being nervous about medical school cost, but it's not something that ultimately you should worry about. There's a lot of much, much worse decisions you can make in terms of professions to choose. I'll say that if you're worried about the cost because you're worried that your child is that committed to medical school, like they might have other interests, like wanting to go into tech or going into, finance or something that wouldn't involve a lot of debt and they could go start earning money right away. That's a little bit different because medical school is not something you should go to for financial reasons. It's just not worth it compared to going into a high paying field right away. For a smart person, it's probably better financial decision. So that said, it's not something that if you're passionate about that you should be worried about.
Right. Okay. Kind of follow up to that.
Yeah. It doesn't really change much. If you're married, it's not going to affect the amount of debt that you can borrow, and it's all going to be able to be borrowed in your name. So it's just not going to have a negative impact at all.
Good to know.
Research for not-for-profit hospital pre-med. Yeah, so they do. If you're making income-based payments, but they don't count on loans that you take out from medical school. So all the loans you take out from medical school, you have to do the 10 years of credit post-graduation.
Okay. You kind of talked about international students in the main stage. Any thoughts? Canadian wanted to finance school in the U.S.
Some schools might have agreements with Canadian institutions, reciprocal kind of agreements. Like I would expect, I don't know, schools close to the border to probably be a lot more familiar with that kind of arrangement. But if you're just going to some random U.S. school with no special arrangement with Canadians or for Canadians, then you're just going to need to pay out of pocket, and you're going to need to go through that cosigner route through like a Citizens Bank or someplace if you have a cosigner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, that's a great question. And the answer is yes. And that's a great decision to go back and get more loans and get an MD degree. So just to be honest, naturopathic doctors do not make nearly as much money compared to their debt that they borrow. And so I think it's a fantastic decision if you're a naturopath or a chiropractor or some other medical professional that already has loans. You can absolutely finance the full cost of education through the direct loan program, and you should.
Awesome.
Let's say I got accepted to 2 schools. One's tuition is $20K less. Would you recommend choosing one or the other based on the tuition? If you want to go private practice, yes, choose the cheaper one. If the schools are, if one school has a much higher placement rate into residency programs that are more competitive or more higher earning, then I would choose the more expensive one if they have better residency placement. So in other words, if you want to become whatever, a dermatologist, urologist, neurosurgery, orthopedic surgery, one of the ones that have much higher bars to clear to get into that residency program. If you look at one medical school and see that medical school has, way more people going into those fields, and that's a better medical school to go to because you've got a better chance. So, the higher earnings from one of those higher earning specialties, if you have a higher % chance of getting in, is probably worth the tuition differential.
Okay.
Right. So this is, if you pay 10% for 10 years, you're paying $30K a year, 300,000. I understand where Priya is coming from, but remember the time when you're a resident counts, right? And also the 10% is backward looking. So they look at your tax return from the previous year. So when you graduate, say you graduated in 2024, 4 years from now, they would look at your 2023 tax return where you made 0. And then the following tax return, it would show income of resident, but for half of the year as a resident, half of the year as a student. So with the fact that backward looking, calculation is how they determine the payments, you pay generally $0 to $300 for like 5 or 6 years, even if you're doing a 4-year residency. So when you take into account paying almost nothing for 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and then finally when you become an attending, half of the year was resident income, half of the year was an attending income. So then your payment might be like 10, 15 grand. If you sum up those payments, you're still talking about a ton of loan forgiveness, because you're still talking about paying like, 80 to 100,000 on a $300,000 balance. Good question though.
Right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Good question from Darren.
Yep.
So, I mean, the answer is no differently than anyone else, except for maybe some prestigious schools with lots of resources will give you scholarships. So if you get those, then accept them. But don't worry if you don't have financial resources and you don't get a scholarship. Take the full amount for federal direct loans and don't look back.
Right.
Is PSLF always feasible for every physician working in a public hospital? Yeah. So again, this burden is because, frankly, they didn't know what they were doing. They tried to do the DIY solution of applying for PSLF, and people that are going into school when y'all are going to school are not going to have these problems. But, if a program is complicated, you need to know the rules, or you need to hire somebody who knows the rules to make sure that you're okay. So, I mean, I do feel for the people who have not gotten their loans forgiven as they expected, but I don't want to sound insensitive, but it's kind of unfortunately their fault for not understanding the rules, or not or trusting people who should not have been trusted. Maybe that's mean to say that, but I think that, again, it's just, you have to take responsibility for knowing the loan rules, or knowing you don't know the loan rules and paying for help.
Right. I guess kind of a follow-up to that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have a 99% rejection rate. It has a 99% rejection rate from 2 years ago, when almost nobody had qualifying loans and applied anyway. So again, people will qualify. Like the class of 2024, the class, I misstated that. The class of 2014, when you had federal direct loans with no questions asked across the entire country, that's the first class that will have the right kind of loans for PSLF without having to do anything special. So class of 2014, add 10 years, 2024 is the first date that physicians will be eligible for PSLF without having to have done anything special at all. And so that's why you're not seeing the huge acceptance rate right now.
Good perspective. Okay. Do 1 or 2 more questions.
Okay. Highest loan amount I've seen someone take out and do private practice, probably like 700,000-800,000. I think that it was somebody that was a single parent that lived in a high cost city like New York, that borrowed for maybe another program and for medical school. And they, I think, ended up, at the end of the day, like, if you have to pay back that amount of money, you can do it if you go work, at an out of the way place. But, somebody with that level of a balance, probably, especially if they want to live in a big urban center because of personal life reasons, then yeah, you probably need to do PSLF, because it's a pretty daunting balance to overcome.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
One last question. Just in low paying specialties.
Yeah. I say pursue it. Again, there's like the benefits of a low paying specialty is the residency is a lot shorter. You get out to the workplace as an attending much faster generally. And potentially you have a more rewarding quality of life and impact on your patients. So I would say PSLF can still apply. You can still benefit from it. You can still get loan forgiveness in the private sector if you pursue, a job in a primary care with your own private practice. So I'd say go for it. I would just say from a financial standpoint, there is a reason why, all these high paying specialties are so sought after. It's just because it's a lot easier to do, to make $400,000 or $500,000 a year, and get loan forgiveness than go through all of the, high level of work that primary care doctors have to go through for much less money. I think that it's just reality. That's why people a lot of people decide to pursue these higher paying specialties, is because there are large income differences.
Right. I'm going to squeeze one more in if you've got time. I kind of missed Danielle's question here, but I think it's a good one. So you talked about that kind of filing for the year prior. Does that include your spouse's income?
So they do, but you can file married filing separately and exclude your spouse's income on specific repayment plans. And if you file jointly, then they do include your spouse's income. So that's, again, why we've advised $1 billion of student loans, is because there's a lot of complexities when you do graduate that we can help people work through. So I would expect that if I get hit by a bus, there will be other groups out there that can give you advice when you graduate. So I would not be afraid of the complicated nature of filing your taxes the right way. We or some other group will be able to help you figure that out when you graduate, but you don't need to worry about it until then.
All right. Well, as we're wrapping up here, do you have any kind of final words of wisdom for our listeners? Any advice as far as financing med school or otherwise?
I would say get in somewhere and go. And again, if you're not sure about medical school, don't be afraid of taking a gap year. Now is a great time to take one with coronavirus. Probably just, I think hopefully it'll start kind of gradually decreasing and people start feeling more comfortable to travel again. And there'll be a lot of great travel deals. And if you're not 100% sold on medical school, definitely take a year off and travel and get some more life experience and perspective. Just make doubly sure you want to go, because a lot of physicians say they would do it again, and some physicians say they want it, right? So just make really sure you want to go. And once you make that decision, don't look back and just go for it. And don't regret it, because medicine is a fantastic career, and it's just a wonderful profession to be in, and it's a financially rewarding, emotionally rewarding, and it's also difficult. So you just want to go in eyes wide open and know what the future is going to look like, and know what your loans are going to look like, so you don't have to stress about it while you're pursuing your education and having to memorize a gazillion things to successfully graduate.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Travis. We appreciate your time and wisdom. I look forward to catching the recorded version from the main feed later on. But yeah, thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Skylar. Take care, everyone.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And I think we're going to add Adrian.
Hi.
Welcome. Hello.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So you are an MD PhD candidate, right?
Yep.
You just got done talking with Dr. Gray over on the mainstream. How did it go?
It went well. I love talking to Dr. Gray. I mean, I think I talk to him maybe once a week.
Do you really? Okay. How did you meet Dr. Gray? Or how did you guys?
He reached out to me to be on his podcast maybe 3 years ago, a long time ago. And I reach out to him every once in a while, or he'll mention something that I'm doing. It's just the world of Instagram.
That's right. He's big on the social media, man. Every time I turn around, he's on another platform. Now his new thing.
And now TikTok. He's on. Listen, he's taking over the world. I really, whenever I get pre-med questions, because I'm really far removed from pre-med at this point, listen. Go talk to him. He has the pre-med game on lock. Just go talk to him.
That he does. Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to kind of open it up for questions from our viewers. You guys can post on Facebook or on the YouTube channel. We can kind of take questions from both. I
am here. My kids are downstairs and being nice to me right now. So
that's great. So while we're waiting for the questions to come in, will you tell me a little bit about kind of what your clinical and maybe research interests are, and kind of what led you to that path? I'm sure you already talked with Dr. Gray about it, but.
Oh no. So I'm super interested in surgery, particularly plastic surgery, because I'm fascinated with disorders and diseases that require surgical intervention, and typically poorly healing wounds, infectious diseases require plastic surgery intervention, and burn patients as well. So I'd like to research diseases that cause or require surgical intervention, or post-surgical infections in burn patients. So Maryland is like perfect because they're partnered with Hopkins. Hopkins has the burn center. Maryland has shock trauma. It's a real ideal situation for me right now.
Oh, that's great. Well, we're pretty close neighbors. I'm down here in Virginia, so not too far away.
Right.
All right. Got a couple of questions here. First one is from Teresa, and I'll just kind of put it up here and I'll let you.
I did 15 but only because I did the fee assistance program. There aren't a lot of schools that may match where you want to be, what your research interests are, and be fully funded. Like, there's lots of things to consider, but I just applied all up and down the Eastern Seaboard because that's where I wanted to go to medical school. And then I looked for microbiology programs. So it just generally depends on what you want to do, what you want to get your PhD in. I personally would go for more schools because there's not a lot of MD PhD programs and there's a lot of MD PhD applicants. So
right. Kind of a follow-up to that question.
I did
how many schools did you apply
15 all dual degree programs. I did not apply to any MD only because I didn't want to be an MD. I want to do both. But again, I only was able to do 15 because of the fee assistance program because I'm poor and I have kids. Like I said, I would apply to as many as you can simply because there are a lot of applicants and not a lot of programs. The acceptance rate is like 3%. So I would apply to as many as you financially are able to.
Okay.
But again, I did 15. Yes. No, I only applied as an MD PhD. I only applied to schools that had MD PhD programs. I did not apply MD only at all.
Okay. Kind of stemming off of that, maybe another question. There are ways to pursue the PhD, the MD PhD route after you have matriculated into medical school. Excuse me, I'll try English now. Med school as an MD. Do you know anything about that? Are you familiar with that process?
I do. So my school does accept internal applicants if they have space. I happened to be in a year that had only 3 students, so they took 3 internal applicants. So now my cohort is 6. I know if you guys are on Instagram and follow Dr. Cusimano, he actually made his own MD PhD program. He took a leave of absence from his MD program, went to Columbia, got his PhD, and then went back to Arizona to finish his MD. So he kind of made his own. If it's what you really want to do, there's avenues to do it. It's just simpler to do it as an MD PhD student.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So there's an MD PhD program, and then there's the medical scientist training program, MSTP. You got me messed up with this MTSTP. Yeah. It's MSTP, medical scientist training program. The difference is a medical scientist training program is funded and vetted by the NIH. So they go through a grant application process. They have to go and explain, this is how we're going to train physician scientists. This is our program. We have a plan. And then the NIH says, okay, I approve your plan. Here's some money. And then they use that money to fund MD PhD students to get their education. MD PhD programs are put on by the medical school or that institution. And so it may be funded, it may not be funded. Your PhD may be funded and not your MD. It just depends on what the school offers. So I applied to both. I got accepted to an MSTP. So my program is funded. My MD and my PhD tuition is waived, and then I receive a stipend from the NIH. Is how that works.
Okay.
If that answers your question. Should they? You major in what you want. I mean, just like you don't have to major in any one thing to get into medical school. I mean, it depends on what you want to do your PhD in. So I did cell molecular biology and chemistry, which helps when I have basic understanding of biology when I enter my PhD program. But my PhD program is what gives me the extra knowledge that I need to focus specifically on microbiology and immunology. So it's just like another layer. I would think if you're going to get your PhD in the sciences that you would have a science major. I wouldn't go and be an art major, but what the actual major is really shouldn't matter if it's in the sciences, I would think.
Okay.
No, but I'm not a typical traditional student. I'm married with 3 kids. It was not livable for me. But the single students in my program or the married students that don't have kids in my program are fine. I am not fine. My kids like to eat food.
Me too.
Right. Red flag? No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Why would that be a red flag? And I will also say you should probably get your MPH because that's what that sounds like you're interested in.
That might be kind of speaking to global healthcare versus
No.
national in the U.S. med schools.
One of my school's values is global healthcare. No.
Great.
I mean, any large institution is going to be concerned with global healthcare.
Right.
Some state schools may say, we want you to be focused on the health of the people in the state, but my school is a state school and they're very much involved in global healthcare. They have campuses all over.
Great.
So no. I did not consider DO schools at all. I knew that I wanted to do allopathic medicine. And I only applied once. I applied my junior year of undergrad and I started medical school right after I graduated. I did a lab rotation in the May I graduated like May 13th. And by the end of May, I was in Maryland already in a lab. So no, I only applied once.
All right. Somewhat relevant. I think we're looking for the experience that you had kind of going into applying.
I did a multi-month shadowing with a family practice doctor, and then I did several months shadowing a plastic surgeon because I like surgery. You can probably think which one I preferred more. I really loved the surgery shadowing. I had maybe 100 hours or so. I don't think it's a number. I think it's more about consistency, is what I've been hearing Dr. Gray say over and over again. And should it be more research or clinical? You have to write a whole essay about your research experience if you want to apply MD PhD. So you need to have substantial research experience. So I was on a 2-year ecology project that I was able to speak about what my role was in the project, what the project was studying, the study design, and all those things are what they're going to be expecting you to speak about. So yes, you have to have substantial research experience if you're planning to apply as an MD PhD. If you're applying MD only, you might not need to have that much research, but definitely as a MD PhD applicant, you cannot apply without research experience because you have two extra essays and a letter of recommendation that you need to describe you as a researcher.
Right. Okay, kind of as a follow-up to that.
I think there's a student in my program right now that's in London getting her master's in epidemiology because she wants to focus on, or she's getting her master's in public health because she wants to focus on epidemiology. So she'll get her PhD in epidemiology and she's getting her master's in public health. It really is based on the school and how they tailor their program to you as an individual. My school's great at, I want to get my MBA. Okay, let's figure out how to make that happen. But some schools might not be as encouraging. So that is something that you should ask when you interview, or if you can look into their website or reach out to some of their students and find out how supportive that school is of your individual goals. But I don't know about getting your PhD in public policy or public health. I don't know if my school offers that.
Kind of an individual.
Right. I think that's something that you would have to look into, like at each institution to see if they offer that PhD.
Right. Yeah, and it seems that, and even in some of my own personal research, it seems like not everything that is available or offered to you is always advertised, and so it might be a question that, like you said, just kind of conversation to have with an admissions rep or something to that effect.
At the individual institution that you're interested in.
Right. Okay. How can I be sure it's right for me?
So, what kind of research are you interested in? I answered this question with Dr. Gray. If you're interested in clinical outcomes, patient care, research that impacts patients, you can do that as an MD. You don't need a PhD for that. If you're interested in these very specific cellular pathways that have nothing to do with patients and not even in humans, you can do that as a PhD. As an MD PhD, I want to know my question is either going to be generated from a patient or generated to help patients. And it may require me to solve that on a molecular level, but with the end goal of impacting patient care. So that's the point of being a physician scientist, is to be that bridge between the PhD world and the MD world. So I have the skills of a PhD, the thought process of a PhD, but I care about the impact on patients and I care about patient care. And so if that sounds like what you have in your mind, go for the MD PhD. If it's not, please just do your MD. Please do not try to do an MD PhD thinking that you need the PhD to do research, because you don't.
Right. Great answer. I think that's probably one of the best answers I've heard of that question so far. So thank you.
I've had time to think about it.
Sure, if you're interviewing with Dr.
Hey, I got a Jaguar. So the thing about having the dual degree is, as you know, at Augusta University, all those classes are offered at the same time. So I learned a lot about time management. My whole senior year was sciences. So I had all my senior level science classes. I had no other classes outside of the science hall. So I really learned how to manage my time, how to study effectively. All these skills that I learned is what prepared me for medical school. Not necessarily the material, except maybe like biochem 2. You see that, but you're not going to use integrated lab in medical school. But you will use how to think on your own, how to schedule your own time. Those skills you do learn in integrated lab, you will use that in medical school, if that answers your question.
Yeah. All right, another non-trad.
So I think I talked about this on Instagram maybe Monday, where a lot of students view being a non-traditional student as a hindrance. And honestly, I really 100% believe that it's to your benefit, especially after having sat through 2 years of medical school and 2 years of graduate school. Most of the students in your medical school class have never held a job before. They've been in school their entire lives. I felt like medical school is a lot of hand holding sometimes. We're telling you where to be, what time to be there, and holding you accountable and making sure you're there. You already have those skills if you're older, if that's what your non-traditional part is, that you're older. You may have already worked in the workforce, so you already know what's expected of you in a professional environment. You know how to communicate in a professional way. A lot of these students don't know how to do that. So you can't really take the concept of I'm non-traditional, I'm older, I can't do this. You have to take it as I'm more prepared for this in some ways than my classmates are.
Right. That's a great message. All right.
Yeah, into this thing. Oh, I do not have any idea about social sciences PhDs. I can't speak to that at all.
Fair enough.
Sorry. I'm a hardcore scientist. How do you introduce? So yeah, I love the idea of being a surgeon. I like that it's going to be, you have a plan, you go in, you fix the patient, and they go off on their day. So where that would correlate with working in the lab is, and when I say about being a physician scientist, is that what I would study are patients that have surgical intervention. I want to study bugs that cause post-surgical infections, so like Pseudomonas aeruginosa in burn patients, or bugs that cause diseases that require surgical intervention, like necrotizing fasciitis and things like that. So yes, I'm a microbiologist. I love microbiology, but microbes are everywhere and they impact us at every step of the way, including surgical patients. So that's how I see it overlapping.
Okay. Advice for getting started in research.
Ask, and ask again. That student that goes to Augusta, we have the science center, the science hall is one big circle, and all the biology lab offices are in a circle. I walked that whole circle asking to be involved in different research projects, and I didn't stop until I got a yes. I just messaged someone earlier today that you have to advocate for yourself. You have to be willing to reach out, send that email, go to those office hours, talk to that professor, because they're not going to hunt you down. You have to go and make the first step. So if you want to be involved in research, the first thing you have to do is say, hey, are you accepting students right now to work on your research project? I saw that you're working on this. I think that's really interesting. Is it possible for me to be involved in your project? You have to ask. The same way you go about shadowing or anything, volunteer experiences, you have to make that first step. They're not going to come to you.
Right. All right.
I want to do 50-50. I don't want to do 80-20. Maybe when I'm old and I can't do surgery anymore, I can do.
So can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Typically MD PhDs, the ideal work balance is 80% PhD, 20% MD, meaning how much time you dedicate to those two activities. I personally would prefer to do 50-50 because I do surgery, so that takes more time, or I would be doing surgery, so that takes more time. But it's up to the individual researcher how they want to split their time up and how they negotiate that with the institution where they work. I would advocate for 50-50.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly what they're asking here.
Are you saying like do a master's before you go to medical school? It depends on if you need it for GPA purposes. If you don't, then I would do it all at once.
Right.
I don't see why not.
I'll do more when you don't need to, right?
Right.
All right. So we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier.
Oh, no. So the interview process is actually 2 days as opposed to 1 day for MDs. So the first day is typically like the normal MD interview day. You have 2 or however many interviews, you do a tour, you may have lunch with applicants. But at my school, what we do is we incorporate lab visits in between those interviews. So you actually get to go and sit down with individual PIs, learn about their research, tour their lab, and you do that both days. So the first day will be interviews for the MD program, and then you do those lab visits. And then the second day will be interviews for the the MD PhD portion, and you do more lab visits. And I actually found my thesis lab on one of those lab visits. So it's pretty cool. So it is a different interview process for the MD PhD program. And it's much longer. If you're an introvert like I am, it's a lot of talking for 2 days straight. It's exhausting. So.
That's great. All right. Talk about research on your Amcas.
I did not talk about research at all in my MD essay because that's not what the prompt was, and I followed instructions. The prompt is why do you want to be a medical doctor? So I didn't talk about research at all. But there's a separate essay on why you want to be a physician scientist, and that's where you talk about why you want to do research. And then there's a third essay saying, what research have you done? And you talk about research there. So I didn't talk about research at all in my MD personal statement.
Okay. So given the current state of events, research you can do online.
I wish, like my research, I can't do. There's some biostatistics that you can do online. So there's like modeling. It just depends on what you're trying to do. There are computer-based modeling things that you can do online, but I think you'd have to be like a structural biologist, or definitely not in my field. I need an incubator, I need cell culture, I need bacteria. I can't do that at home. But there's definitely or you can do like preliminary data generation. So that's what I did my first month or so in quarantine, was I gathered some more preliminary data that's computer-based. So I did a lot of blast alignments and protein modeling, things that I needed for my grant I did. But for the most part, I need to be in the lab, and I'm sad and disappointed that I'm home and not working.
Yeah. Kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. You can't get a no unless you ask, right? So it might be worth reaching out and seeing what opportunities are available.
Yeah, so I would, if you want to try and, or it depends on what kind of research you're talking about. If you're talking about clinical research, you can definitely do lit reviews for MDs, or you can ask MDs if they have case reports that they need written up. Those are other ways to get publications. But if it's bench research, PhD type research, I'm not doing anything. I can talk about that on my Instagram later. I'm very bitter that I'm home right now.
Follow up later on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
All right.
No, they're everywhere now. Even surgical residencies have a year or two built in for research because more and more physician scientists are graduating, and research as an MD is important as well. So a lot of residencies have the option, or it's required that you take a year or two and do research. So I don't have, I mean, in my school has like this whole thing that they make you go through when you're picking your residency application spots, and they help you find those residencies that are have more emphasis on research.
Right.
I don't
feel like
anticipate problems.
Yeah, I think a lot of medical schools will do that and kind of walk you through the whole process.
They do. Just so you don't apply to places that won't work for you. Because I mean, the thing about interviews and the thing about the match and things like that, and even applying to medical school is you're interviewing the institution. So it's not just them vetting you, you're vetting them. So if you go there and you don't feel comfortable there and it's not what you want, you can say no to them too. It works both ways. And I think that applicants don't really think about it that way. They're so anxious and nervous about being judged by the school. But I took notes on all those schools that I interviewed at. And once I saw that, well, we would want you to do cancer research, I'm like, no, not going here, because that's not what I want to do. So use the interview. The interview opportunity is also for you to ask questions and see how you will fit there, not just if they will pick you.
Right. All right. A couple more questions.
I don't understand the question. Statistics favored. I'm gonna go with no, based off of my MCAT score. I'm gonna go with no. But I had a high GPA. I think they, especially for MD PhDs, that they're gonna look at your whole application because they have to know what kind of researcher you are before they bring you in for an interview. So they have to look at your whole application. I know for sure they looked at mine at all the schools I interviewed at.
I think that's a common thing. You hear a lot about you need to have X number of years of research or so many hours in a lab. And I think it really, kind of like you've hinted at, painting the picture of why you're interested in what you're interested in.
No, just be passionate about what you want to do. And that's all I did. I had no publications when I applied. I just was a really strong scientist. I have curiosity. I know that I want to do science as a part of my future. And I made sure I expressed that all throughout my application. Again, advocate for yourself. They're not going to read between the lines and just understand that this is what you want to do. Even as an MD only, they're not going to read between the lines. You have to explicitly explain why you want to do this path.
Right. All right.
My earbuds feel like they're coming out. Math undergrad.
Kind of a general thoughts on maybe some prereqs that would help you.
I took Calc 1 in statistics. I would definitely say take statistics. Everything that you do in research has to be statistically significant. And if you don't understand what those terms mean or how to figure out how to find out the significance in your data, I'm glad that for sure between the two, I'm happy I took the statistics class in undergrad. Calculus, not so much.
All right. A couple more quick questions.
Yes, you have to take the MCAT. You're still applying to medical school, so you have to take the MCAT.
Did you have to take the GRE?
No, they accepted my MCAT.
Okay.
Yep.
Have you heard of schools that do require the GRE, or is it relatively?
When I applied, I did not see that at any of the schools that I applied to, and I don't know if that's. I think they take the MCAT, honestly. I don't know if I won't even think about taking the GRE. I just got a waiver for my MBA program. Like, I'm not doing that.
I think that a lot of times students maybe confuse MD PhD is a little different than MD JD, which does require that you take the LSAT, or
Well,
in many
right.
cases requires
And
the
that's a
LSAT.
whole, because that's a different discipline completely.
Right.
At least the MCAT assesses your critical thinking and your scientific knowledge, which is what you would get on the GRE. But the LSAT is different because it's analysis and things like that. My husband was thinking about taking it, so we had to buy him all those books. It's completely different stuff.
Right. Yeah. Different pathway.
Mhm.
All right. One more question.
Something you know now that you wish you'd known starting the MD PhD. Jeremy, look at you. Just as I've like the thing that I've been saying over and over again is you have to advocate for yourself. The only person that cares about you the most has to be you. So regardless of what point in this process you're at, if you're looking for shadowing, you're looking for research projects, you don't feel like you're getting what you should be out of a class and you don't understand, you're falling behind, you have to take that first step in communicating with others. Reach out and make it known that you want to do or need to do this to be successful. Even now in my MD PhD program, I still to this day have to say, I don't feel comfortable with X, Y, and Z. Can you show me how to do this? I don't and it's only going to impact me if I don't know how to do a lab technique. It's not going to impact anyone else. I'm the one that's going to be delayed if I don't know what I'm doing. And no one else is going to know if I don't say something. So just learn how to advocate and speak up for yourself is something that I think everybody should know.
Words of wisdom. Well, Adrienne, thank you so much for joining us today.
Of course.
I know as somebody that's interested in an MD PhD path myself, I am very appreciative of the time you've given us. So
I share the very real truth as much as possible.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again. I think we've got your Instagram handle here. If you guys want to connect with Adrienne later on or after the broadcast.
I do answer DMs, so I'm not one of those mean Instagram people. I do answer. So
that's awesome.
You just can't just say hi.
Oh yeah. Well, Adrienne, thank you so much. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Scott Wright and the fantastic people from Tmdsas and Aacomas. Bye, Adrienne.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, Skylar. Let me let our guest in. There we go. So here we are in the Q&A room, and really going to ask I think we're going to get some really good questions from our listeners with regard to questions that they may have. So let me just get our listeners and our viewers and remind them that we have Aaron from Aacomas, which is the DO application service, and we have Enrique from the Tmdsas, which is Texas application service, and so we have a question here from. This is a great question, and y'all might can address this. Should we use the same personal statement for DMD and DO schools? Y'all want to address that?
Sure. So you certainly can. That's the answer. They're the same exact for Amcas and Aacomas. It's the same character limit. So if you have 5,300 characters for your personal statement, and you certainly can use the same personal statement if you'd like. I think that our DO schools would ask that you consider using your personal statement, though, to explain why osteopathic medicine and why you're applying to DO schools in particular. And they do appreciate when students take that time to distinguish the pathway within in their journey to it.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, and as far as Tmdsas goes, I think it's important for you all to actually address the prompt of the essays. I understand that there's so many different essays, and then when you count in all the different application services and then all the secondary application questions. There are so many essays that you need to write, and you never quite remember what's where. But I think it's important for you to take the time to really take a step back and really analyze whether or not you're actually addressing the prompt. If both essays perfectly address the prompt and it's just a copy and paste, then more power to you. But I think you really need to take the time to really make sure that you're addressing the question that's being asked.
Yeah, that's good. Here's a great question. The student states it's kind of silly, but I think it's a really good question. And that is basically, I took a, a class that really doesn't matter. In this particular case, a driver's ed course during high school at a local community college, and I'm not sure if I need to put it on my application or not. So really this goes to when I'm including things in my list of courses at the various institutions, do I put everything? Do I limit it to just the prereqs or just the sciences or whatever? Why don't you respond to that? Enrique, you want to take that first?
Sure. If the course granted you any credit, it needs to be included in our coursework section. If that driver's ed course gave you one credit hour, it needs to be on there. I don't think they might have granted that unless there's like a physics element to that driver's ed course that we might not be aware of. But that's the way that you determine whether or not to include it, is whether or not it granted you any credit.
Yeah, Aaron?
Yeah, and I would have to say ditto. The exact same answer.
Yeah, good. Good. That's what I figured. And I think sometimes and the questioner says it sort of seems a little silly, but what we can't do is have applicants, every different applicant, making a determination on their own part which courses they're going to put on there and which not. What you may see as silly, somebody else may see a totally different class as silly and doesn't need to go on there, whatever. So good rule of thumb is if it's on your transcript and you got credit for it, put it on there. And if for some reason it didn't need to be on there at all, we'll catch that later on. But you better safe than sorry, put it on there, because you don't want that to come up as, why didn't you put this class on there? Because we sometimes have applicants who do that, who, they made a C in a class or a D and they didn't want it to be on there, and so they just accidentally left it off. And that's not gonna fly, really. So you got everything goes on there. Now this goes to another issue that I'd like to bring up that is a little bit different, perhaps between Aacomas and Tmdsas and perhaps Amcas as well, and that is how your service treats repeated classes. In other words, we have a student who, let's say, took organic chemistry 2 twice. They made a C one time and they made an A the next time. How does a student treat that class when they're inputting them into their application? Aaron, you want to go for that one first?
Yeah, absolutely. So ultimately, if you've repeated a course, you'll put both courses in exactly how they are shown on your transcript, and Aacomas will calculate your GPA. It'll end up basically averaging those two out, but you'll put both on there. There's no longer a course replacement, which was the case years ago. Now it is calculated into the GPA just as it would be normally.
No. Enrique?
Ditto. We ask you to enter every course that you've taken, including courses that you've retaken, and both grades will be averaged out.
Okay, good. And now this question is about AP credit. So I was in high school, I took an AP class, and my undergraduate institution gave me AP credit, gave me 3 credit hours for political science. And does that go on the application?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, Aaron, you're shaking your head yes. That's what I figured. That's what I figured. Okay, here's a question that I think is always a good one. My undergraduate GPA is low, but my graduate GPA is a 3.8. But I'm not sure if I should work or take more undergrad courses to boost my undergraduate GPA. I bring this up because I think it's a common misconception among applicants that what the application service produces and what the medical schools see is one GPA. So can you kind of tell us a little bit about when the medical school gets this download of information from you guys, whether it's Tmdsas or Aacomas, what are they actually getting, for example, in a GPA? Aaron, you want to take that one first?
Sure. Yep. So you kind of led me to it, but ultimately they're getting a real breakdown of your GPA in that they're going to see freshmen and it'll break down non-science, science, overall. And then they'll see that for every year, sophomore, junior, senior. And then if you do graduate coursework, that's also broken out in the same way, graduate, any postgraduate coursework, it's all broken out. And then at the end of the day, there's a cumulative, obviously. And ultimately, so they can see that trend, that upward trend. So if you started off a little bit low and did the thing that all freshmen do and trying to figure out their life in college, and that school's going to see that upward trend as you start to get your feet underneath you and figure out how to do college and how to do coursework. And then, you know, if you really crushed it in your postgraduate and graduate coursework, they're going to see that and say, oh, and obviously, depending on how many credit hours that is, it'll calculate into your Aacomas GPA properly. What I would say too is a little plug for some of our institutions, and I hate to tell an applicant to do this, but sometimes it may be good to reach out to an institution and just say, do you do any kind of last 120 recalculations? Because some of our schools do really value that end coursework or that graduate coursework that you did. So some of them may just look at that end, and if they're doing a last 120, that means your freshman year might fall off. But that is not an Aacomas standard whatsoever. That's something that some of our institutions do separately. So that can be a good question to ask of institutions as you're exploring which schools to consider.
That also brings up another question about the GPA that I'd like for you guys to address, and I think the answer to this question is yes. Both Aacomas as well as Tmdsas, the computer system that we use, does calculate these GPAs based on whatever the algorithm is that we input. And now the question is, how are different courses calculated into that GPA? So, for example, Aaron, does Aacomas use pluses and minuses when calculating the GPAs? Oh, you're muted. Enrique, you want to address that too?
Oh, sure.
Go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead, Aaron.
I apologize. I do not know. I don't think we do pluses and minuses. All of our calculations are based on quality points. So it's based off of credit. We don't do pluses or minuses, no.
Yeah. It's same thing for you, Enrique, correct?
That's correct. But applicants still enter whether they got an A- or a B+ when they're filling out their coursework section. But those pluses and minuses don't come into play during the GPA calculations.
Okay. Yeah, excellent. That's a big point, because I think that often we have applicants who, for example, their institution is calculating their GPA to be, let's say, 3.57. And when the application service calculates your GPA, it's 3.46. And they're very confused about, why is my GPA different at X institution and different from when you guys are calculating it. And that obviously often comes in because of repeated courses, or it could be, sort of a variety of things that would affect that. So for applicants, always look at the way that the GPA is calculated at the given application service, as well as making sure what's being calculated into that GPA. And that's just what can sometimes address this disparity between the two. This is not an uncommon question, I think, for application services when you talk to them. Would that be accurate, Aaron? You get a lot of questions about that.
Yes, and I would add too that it's not a secretive process, in that you can go to our applicant help center and you can actually download the GPA calculator that we use, and you can read through exactly how it's done. So I don't want that to feel like, oh, well, it just goes into the abyss and gets calculated and comes back differently. You can go to our applicant help center and just type in calculating my Aacomas GPA, and it'll pull an Excel sheet that you can actually download and then calculate on your own as well.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, applicants should know that their GPAs are dynamic throughout the cycle. So as we receive new grades from their summer semester, fall semester, spring semester, your GPA will continue to change. And so make sure to check back on your application status page to see what the GPAs that are calculated are. And this is a continuing process, so the application does not end once you hit submit.
Yeah. A good question that just came up from offline was, what about the deadline? So my question is, Aaron, so do you guys have one deadline for all schools, or every school kind of has their own deadline?
Great question. A lot of our schools maintain different deadlines. I would say that the majority of our institutions maintain very similar time frame as far as deadlines go. Like generally, February, March is going to be the end of when you could submit applications to our schools, but there are some that are a little bit later than that. And all of that can be found within the application and on choosedo.org. And I would say that all of our institutions are using rolling admissions, which means that generally speaking, the earlier you're applying, the more likely it may be to be reviewed a little bit earlier, offered an interview earlier, offered a seat earlier, but they do use different deadlines.
Okay. What about Tmdsas, Enrique?
Sure. For our medical schools, it's the one deadline, which this year's been extended to October 30th. And that, again, reiterating the point that applying early is important. And don't forget that you don't have to have any test scores or letters in order for you to submit, but that allows the schools a maximum amount of time to review your application and to extend offers for interviews. Because we use the Tmdsas match, everybody does adhere to that. And so what happens is that there's a match date, which this year has been pushed back to March 5th. And that allows the schools to fill up certain amounts of their classes. And then afterward, they go into rolling admissions until their classes fill up.
Great. Now, approaching the deadline. So let me ask a question here. Let's say I'm 5 minutes late. Something happened and I tried to get everything input, and literally I'm 5 minutes after the deadline. What's going to happen there? Enrique?
Your application is not going to be submitted. The application automatically times out right at 5 o'clock on deadline day.
All right.
So 4:59 and 59 seconds, submit, it's through. 5 o'clock with 0 seconds, it is no longer through.
Okay. Aaron, same thing for you guys?
Yeah, so the application closes, I believe we're closing on April 10th this year. And at that point, you can no longer submit it's not even open to be submitted. Similar to Enrique, it's going to close immediately. Now, if you're submitting and you submit to a designation that's deadline is passed or just passed, ultimately they may extend their deadline. There's an opportunity there to apply to schools while our application is still open that either still have or still are accepting applications. And then our schools will more than likely still get that data. And keep in mind too, that even if you haven't submitted, our schools can see that you've chosen, that you've designated them as one of the institutions that you would like to receive their information. So I feel like it's not as black and white in that you could still add designations or send it to a different institution that still has a deadline that's open. But if our application cycle has closed, which it will on April 10th, then similar to Enrique's answer, it's closed.
Okay, so here's a question coming from a student. If we took a course in college to retake an AP score, example Bio 1 that I got an AP credit, but it is recommended to retake, does the college level course get marked as a repeat? So this is a pretty specific question. They got AP credit, so the AP credit's going on their transcript and in their application. Yet they took the course. Is that going to count as a repeat, or is that going to count as a first-time course taking?
Tmdsas, that would be a repeated course since you previously received credit for a course. And so the first time it would be credit that you received for the course, and the second time would be the grade that you received.
Yeah. Kind of what I figured.
But that is a very unique situation.
All right. Let's see. Y'all can chime in if you have other thoughts or anything as I look through some of these questions.
Do you see a question on here about virtual shadowing or clinical experience?
Yeah, there have been a couple of questions about that. In fact, here's one right here. Will virtual shadowing and clinical experiences be accepted due to COVID?
Mm-hmm. So if you don't mind chiming in on this, we, as part of the Texas Health Education Service, we're like a separate branch from Tmdsas where we build resources for applicants. And one of the resources that we've built this year is a Courage Sessions, which is a live Q&A. In fact, I'm fresh from our most recent Courage session just now. And this has been a common question. And the schools are offering that, this is a unique situation with COVID-19 affecting a lot of your activities. A lot of you may have had shadowing experiences lined up that were affected. If virtual options are available to you, that's awesome. Take advantage of those. You should definitely include those just as you would with a typical activity. Just make sure you specify that it was virtual. For those of you who may not have that option, a lot of schools are actually suggesting that you use this time to, use the internet for supplementing the experiences that you may not have the opportunity to see firsthand. And so that means, going on and learning about different systems of the body, learning about different conditions, treatments, maybe Q&As that certain doctors have. All of that is really great at supplementing the experiences that you may have been missing out on, and may in fact be more enriching than, shadowing a doctor with a certain specialty. We live in like the greatest time ever to find resources at the touch of your phone. So take advantage of that. And the key thing is to not stay stagnant and defeated. Find the opportunities out there, because there are plenty out there for you to supplement your application, continue to show that this is the pathway you want to do, you follow.
Yeah, that's great. One question specifically for you, Enrique. Any chance for out-of-state residents getting into Texas schools that use Tmdsas? For example, my dad lives and is from Texas, so half my family lives there, but I am not a resident. So how would that affect his application?
So if you are an out-of-state resident and you are and you go through the process and Tmdsas determines that you're not an in-state resident, you go through the process the exact same way. The only difference is you would not participate in the Tmdsas match. You would be a part of rolling admissions. The schools are able to extend admissions offers beginning October 15th through the beginning of the next matriculation cycle. It is a little bit more competitive because out-of-state spots are so limited in Texas, but it's not impossible. In fact, one of the projects that we're working on right now is figuring out what the non-Texas resident pool looks like to give you all a better idea of how competitive it is to be a non-traditional applicant in Tmdsas.
Yeah.
And I will say, use the resources on our website on how Texas residency is determined. There are several pathways, and there are certain exceptions that come into play. For example, with these two sentences, I would not be able to definitively say that you are not a Texas resident. There might be some special scenario that might be at play, which is why we have so many resources available to you, including the details on the appeals process, if there are any additional insights that you'd like to provide to support Texas residency.
Yeah. Another difference between Aacomas and Tmdsas, as I understand it, Aaron, you please chime in on this, is that I know that Tmdsas also produces for the medical schools, evaluates whether students have met the prerequisites for the schools. So, you know, for example, the medical schools will get a list of deficiencies that a student has as a current applicant. In other words, they may be deficient of 3 hours of physics or 3 hours of biochemistry or whatever. Is there something similar to that for Aacomas, Aaron, or is that not a part of the process there?
Nope, that is not a part of our process. We do encourage our applicants to explore the program pages that list the specific prerequisites to make sure that they meet them prior to applying to an institution, but that our institutions take care of that.
Yeah. Yeah, and because the DO schools do sometimes vary in terms of what they're looking for as prerequisites. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And Enrique, they're basically the same for most Tmdsas schools with a few exceptions, correct?
Yeah. You know, some schools may have a requirement for biochemistry, might have a requirement for anatomy and physiology, but we do post prerequisites up on our website, our educational requirements. So that gives you an idea of what the schools are looking for. And when you submit your application, we actually generate what's called a prescribed coursework report, which is a PCR, and you're able to download that along with a copy of your application off of the application portal, so you can actually see which courses fulfill certain prerequisites.
Yeah, right. I think we have time for a couple of more questions. This is just to clarify, we had this, Enrique, what is the website for the resources related to Tmdsas that you were talking about? Can they just go to the Texas Health Education website?
Yes, and that's txhes.com. Or if you go to the Tmdsas website and you click on the COVID notice up top, that's actually hosted on the Texas Health Education Service website.
Okay, so tmdsas.com or txhes.com. Yeah,
correct.
Either one.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
Ryan will get us for that branding.
Let's see if we have one last question that's pretty one here. We have one applicant that says, pick me, please pick me. Let's see. All right. I think we are just about done with this session. Let me just check and see what is up next. I think that we do not have anything in the Q&A room for now. I see Rachel hanging out in the background. Is that right, Rachel? Are you there?
And Dr. Wright, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
A question that I think is really important for this year, especially. It's asking if applications can be sent to schools if you haven't heard back or don't have your MCAT score yet.
Yes.
I think it's really important to note that never have your applications ever been delayed or not verified or not delivered because of not having an MCAT score. So the institutions you apply to will still get your application regardless of whether you have an MCAT score. And that's always been the case and will especially continue to be the case this year. So
yeah, very good point. I think that's thank you for bringing that up. That's a crucial point because I think it's often a fallacy on the part of applicants to think that we at the application service hold on to your application until it's complete, which is not the case at all. And I think the same is true for Tmdsas. Is that correct, Enrique?
100%.
Yeah. So that's good.
And even when the schools receive it, they will begin reviewing your application. They're not waiting to have a complete application to start reviewing, which is why it's so important for you to apply early. That gives the schools the most amount of time to look at your application.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Well, I want to thank you guys so much for your time and energy today, and I think it's been very good information, and hopefully it's been a little enlightening for the students to kind of hear a little bit of the inner workings of the application service. But I think I speak for Aacomas as well as for Tmdsas, and I think also for Amcas, and just saying that the application services are there to help you in this process. We have application advisors and processors and people that are there to address your needs and to make it as easy as possible. Knowing that easy is probably not the best word to use. I know it's not an easy process, but we want to make it as painless as possible. And to make you help you be successful in your journey into medicine. So thank you, Aaron, for being here today. Thank you, Enrique, for your efforts today, and keep up the great work.
Yeah, thank you so much. Great to see you again, Scott.
Yeah, good to see you, Enrique. Take care, you guys.
All right, thank you all.
All right. All right, I think we have, let me check our schedule and see what's coming up next. I think we have Dr. Gray is doing something on the in the main stage, and then we'll have Dr. Dorr here a little bit later. So stay tuned and keep up the good work, and we'll see you here in the Q&A breakout room momentarily.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Sorry about that. Having some technical difficulties here.
No problem at all.
No problem.
Well, welcome, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. I think you guys just finished up over on the mainstream. How'd it go?
It was
did great.
That's awesome. Well, if you wouldn't mind, for some of us, some people have been hanging out over in the Q&A room. Would you mind just kind of briefly introducing yourselves and letting us know kind of what your role is with Casper and kind of what you've been kind of sharing with us over on the main channel?
Absolutely. So my name's Kelly Dorr. I'm a PhD researcher, originally from McMaster University, where we developed both the MMI and Casper. And while I'm still an adjunct professor at Mac, I work full-time with the Altus team to support and help with the evolution of the Casper test. Yeah, so there I'm the co-creator of the Casper test. I guess that's my claim to fame here.
Awesome.
And I'll introduce myself as well. My name's Lee Masadi. I'm the head of our applicant support team. So if you guys are already familiar with Casper or may have taken it, we likely could have communicated already through our online chat system. But if not, I'll say hello and happy to help answer your questions.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again for joining us. I know we've already got a couple of questions in the queue here. And I will just go ahead and throw them on the screen, and then you guys can tag team or take them however, whatever makes sense, if that works. Sure. All right. We got a couple of questions.
I see one question there that I thought, oh, go ahead. Can I take Casper even if I don't apply this year? So your Casper scores are only valid for 1 year, so the year that you're applying. So we do have a free full practice test on the website. So what I would encourage you to do rather than taking the test is actually take it when you're applying, but you could always complete the practice test if that was something that you wanted to do. And you will get that chance when you sign up to write the test.
Okay. And Dr. Dorr, did you say you had a question that you wanted to answer? Or?
I just saw one that said, what is Casper? So maybe I thought I'd just do a quick explanation of what the test is before we start. Absolutely. So Casper is an online, primarily video-based situational judgment test, or SJT. So the goal of the test is to be used alongside of academic metrics like MCAT or GPA when determining what applicants are going to get invited to interview and beyond. So Casper is a test that uses situations, hence the name situational judgment test. So unlike traditional questions you may see in your personal statement about, why do you want to be a physician? The situational judgment test puts all applicants in a scenario and asks them to respond, not just about what they would do, but why they would do it. And through those responses, through those actions, there's 12 independent raters who assess responses. So one rater for each of the sections, and that gives you an overall Casper score, and that score is used, as I said, alongside GPA and MCAT in the decision making.
Okay. Would you mind kind of along those lines giving us kind of a brief rundown of what it looks like when you sit for the Casper test?
Absolutely. So a Casper test is a 65 to 90-minute test, depending on how long. So as I mentioned, it's a primarily video-based. So there's 12 unique situations that you're going to see when you write the Casper test. 8 of them are video-based. So you're going to see a 60 to 90-second video, which actually puts you in the context of the scenario. It gives you a role. Are you the friend? Are you the coworker, etc.? And then after you see the scenario, it asks you 3 open-ended follow-up questions that you need to type your response to about what you would do in response to the scenario and why that's appropriate, as well as some additional other questions. And you have only 5 minutes to type your response to all 3 of those questions, and it progresses you through the test. So for each of those 12 sections, you'll have the opportunity to answer 3 questions. And there is a 10-minute break halfway through. So you can take a little bio break or get some water or whatever you need to do just to try and make the test less stressful.
Awesome. And this is a test that can be taken at home?
Absolutely. Right? So oddly, it's great timing given what we're going through right now. But Casper was developed to be online. So the goal was to not have applicants travel to test centers, which not only is more costly, but also it can be a detriment for applicants from rural and remote areas, or just people who have to take time off to get to the test center itself. So Casper was developed and has been run online since 2010, where it's been used. It's used across Canada, the US, and Australia, and in the UK this year. So, but what you need to know is that the US-based Casper is rated by US raters. The content's reviewed by US content reviewers. We try and ensure that the cultural nuances are specific to our US applicants.
Great. All right. Let's see. We have another great question here. Kind of elaborating on how Casper is evaluated. What are the criteria, I guess, for how the answers are kind of, I guess, assessed?
Absolutely. So for Casper, there's no single right answer to the scenarios, which may seem kind of confusing at first, but the goal is that whether you choose to respond in one way or another way, it's less about what you choose and why you choose that. So it's important that you are your authentic self about why you would choose a particular course of action, that it's, reflective of your pathway and your journey as you've traveled through that. And then that response is evaluated by a rater. A rater has a background and theory to understand what constructs were being measured within that scenario, why that scenario is important, in this case for the practice of, either becoming an MD or a DO, and really can evaluate applicants. Now, when you write a Casper test as a rater, or when you write a Casper test, your responses are seen by 12 independent raters. So for example, if I was writing the Casper test and Lee was a rater, she would see responses to, say, scenario 2. And she would only see those responses to scenario 2. And so that way, as it's evaluating, your response to scenario 2 is marked relative to other applicants' responses to that same scenario.
Right. Okay. Kind of removing, external factors, I guess, by looking at only one question.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the raters are blinded to everything about the applicant. They don't know any demographics. They don't know what your MCAT score is. They don't even know how you scored on the other scenarios themselves. So it's really, the goal is to get a snapshot of your response to that scenario and not have it biased where possible by other factors.
Right. Awesome. All right. Question here from Vanessa. And Lee, feel free to chime in whenever you're motivated to do so.
Yeah, I'll let you take this question.
What if you're not sure where you're applying yet? Can you still reserve a Casper test date? So you are required to know at least one program that you're applying to in order to take the Casper test. You have to have just one distribution. However, you are able to, you don't need to know your whole list right up front. You can add programs after taking the Casper test or after your original registration date, and you can figure out all the information about which programs require Casper by going to our website. It's takecasper.com. And if you go to the test dates and fees page, you can press the browse button and select which program you're applying to. So allopathic medicine, physician assistant, DO, whatever it may be. And it will populate a list of all the participating Casper programs. You can select which ones you think you may be applying to, and then it would let you know when the available test dates are. So as well as when their distribution deadlines are. So that means the final date that you can add Casper to a registered test date. Okay. Kind of a follow-up to that. Sure. Kimberly wants to know, if you take the test more than once, do you send the scores for previous years as well? So the Casper test is only valid for the then current application cycle. So right now we're at the beginning of the 2020-2021 cycle. So you will take one Casper test for that specific test type, so US medicine, let's say, and it will be valid for the whole application cycle. So if you've previously taken Casper in another admission cycle, your program will only be sent your new Casper score. Okay. All right. And I guess another follow-up to that question, what is the kind of timetable for transmission of those scores? How long does it take to get kind of scored and then transmitted? Yeah, so for after you take a Casper test, your scores will be delivered to your programs 2 to 3 weeks following that test date. And some applicants get a little bit concerned about, oh, I need to have everything submitted to the program by this date. We work closely with every program to set these test dates and times for the Casper test. And so they take into account that rating period and the period of time it takes to send them their scores. So if the program indicates you must take Casper by a specific date, they know that they're not going to get your score until 2 to 3 weeks after that, and it's part of their process.
Okay, awesome.
And it's probably important for applicants to know as well that in the year of COVID that we're in right now, where things are really just unpredictable, we are working with the programs to make sure that as they adjust their timelines, we can make sure we can still help to support them.
Right. That's great. All right. So how do you prepare for Casper? Is there a way to prepare for it? Oh, we lost it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. This is a question we get asked a lot about how to prepare for Casper, especially in conjunction with some of the other academic tests like MCAT, where people do a lot of prep for it. So there is no real prep for Casper in the same sense. It's about being yourself and being authentic, finding a quiet spot. One of the things that we do recommend, though, is we send as much detail as we can out to our applicants. So as a way to try and be transparent, there's a webinar online for you. There's also blog posts. Everybody gets an email about how to prepare for your Casper test as it gets closer. But one thing that we do have is a full practice test. So it's a 12-section practice test that mimics the actual Casper test. And so we would recommend that people do that so you understand the format, you know where that countdown timer is for the 5 minutes, you get a sense of what it's like to respond to each of the 3 boxes when the questions come up. And there's also a technical requirements check, which checks your computer, your webcam, all of the things you're going to be using on your Casper test day. And so we recommend that you test that out in the same room that you're going to be writing the Casper test, so you can just, again, alleviate some anxiety by checking through all of that. But otherwise, put on a pair of headphones, find a quiet spot, and really be yourself.
Right. Yeah. So you can be fairly well prepared prior to starting the exam just by going on the website, taking those practice questions, kind of going through that technology checklist, and by the time you're ready.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and that practice test is there and available, and you can do that multiple times. Great.
All right, question from Paige. Can you take the test more than once in a year if you finish the test? If you get sick?
I can take this question.
Perfect. Thanks, Lee.
So I mentioned before that you can only take the Casper test once per application cycle. However, if there are extenuating circumstances and something comes up in the middle of your test, we have a live test support team there to help you, there to support you before, during, after your test. And so if something happens in the middle of your test, whether it be a technical issue or a personal problem, you can reach out to us. There's a little chat bubble in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Reach out to us, let us know what the situation is, and we'll do our best to work through it with you. But in general, the Casper test can only be taken once per test type per application cycle. And what I mean by test type is, say I'm a medical school applicant and I'm applying to both Canadian and US medical schools. I have to take 2 Casper tests. I have to take one for the Canadian programs, and I have to take another for the US programs. And the reasoning behind that is my Casper score is based on the applicant pool of the same test type. So for Canada, I'm rated against Canadian applicants, and for US, I'm rated against American applicants.
Okay. Awesome. Now, is there a process for students who might require accommodations for a test like the MCAT or something like that? How would they go about doing that if that's a concern for the student?
For sure. We offer testing accommodations for those who need it. We have, if you go to our website, and in the FAQ section of the website, there's an accommodations bullet point, and that gives you all the information about how to apply for accommodations, but I'll walk you through it right now. Essentially, our team requires 3 weeks advance notice to review your accommodations request. There's a form that needs to be filled out by yourself, as well as a qualified medical professional. However, we know that right now during COVID, we don't want to put an extra strain on the healthcare system, and we don't want to ask you to go to a hospital or to a doctor's office to get updated documentation. So if that is the case, our team is doing our best to work within that 3-week time period. So give us as much advance notice as you can, as well in lieu of the second form signed by your doctor, we will take previous proof of testing accommodations as well as previous evaluations to evaluate what testing accommodation you may need. Some of the things we offer for accommodations are extended time on your test, if you require a scribe or a reader or speech-to-text software, as well as closed captions. So those are our most common forms of accommodations. But if there's anything more specific, again, our support team is here to help you. So reach out and we can talk it through.
Awesome. I can tell you a 3-week turnaround for accommodations requests is quite speedy, expeditious.
Well, we do our best to support our applicants.
That's awesome. Okay, do you need to fill out all 3 boxes for each question on Casper? I assume they're talking about responding to each of the 3 questions per scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so absolutely. For those 3 boxes, we ask that you fill in each of those. There was actually some misinformation that was out on the web, I think. So we ask that you respond to all 3 questions the best that you can. You know, our raters do write a Casper test themselves, so they understand what it's like in the time pressure that you're in. So if you get cut off or things like that, they're expecting that. But make sure, again, that you're looking at all 3 questions, you're responding the best that you can to that. And if there's any concern about, whether or not you should do that or shouldn't do that or other questions around that, make sure you go to our website, the Take Casper website, so that we can give you the best information around how to complete your test.
Awesome. Let's see. Are you allowed to take notes during Casper?
Yeah, so if you want to bring in blank pieces of paper to take some notes on a scenario, you absolutely can, just to sort of try and get a sense of what was going on. The caution I would have around that is that some people do get carried away with writing a lot of thoughts, but the 5-minute timer is still going. So just be conscious of your time and aware of your time as you're going through and doing that. You can practice that on your practice test to see what that actually feels like. One of the things that we've added this year in response to some comments from applicants is that we understand the 5-minute time is short and that's hard. So we've actually added in a 30-second reflection. After you see the scenario, you actually get 30 seconds to pause and reflect and think about it, and then move on to the questions after that point. So you certainly can take notes, but I would just caution you to make sure that you're aware of the time.
Okay. A couple of questions about kind of those responses and the best way to maybe approach them. First one, you mentioned bullet points with Dr. Gray. Could you explain how that could be done?
Absolutely. That's a great question, Austin. Thanks. So one of the things that I was thinking around bullet points is that, you may have a sentence or 2 that you would write about, I would take this course of action, or the things I would consider in this scenario are, and then you would just list them on a bullet point. So rather than trying to flow them all into multiple sentences, you could just hit a bullet point. That may just be a dash on your keyboard. You don't have to worry about actually inserting formal bullets like you might do in a Word document, but you can just do a dash, and our raters are prepared to see that.
Okay. So it sounds to me like it's really trying to evaluate your how you would respond to these situations, and it's not as much a literacy test.
We try and make sure we instruct our raters to not pay attention to minor spelling and grammar mistakes, because we're really conscious that it's about the content of your response and not the framing. Our goal is not to make it, a requirement to have a master's level in English in order to be able to answer the Casper test. It's about really making sure you're able to communicate your thoughts, you're able to get them down in a way that's comfortable for you, and can convey your points across.
Awesome. Kind of a follow-up to that, kind of just what you were talking about.
Absolutely.
Should it be narrative or argumentative? Do you have an advantage if you write better essays?
I would say really good essays are often drafts. And so I wouldn't worry and focus on writing drafts of your Casper response because you're going to run out of time. So I think one of the thoughts around that is just to familiarize yourself with the format, because it is different than most tests that you're going to write. But what we've seen is once people get to sort of a grade 7 level in their response, there's no improvement in their Casper score. So what I mean by that is that there's different platforms and softwares you can use to actually analyze the response. And what we tend to see is that newspapers, et cetera, are aimed to be at a level that's equivalent to somewhere between a grade 5 and a grade 7, depending on the type of newspaper. Some are maybe a little bit more than that. But what we're looking for is a basic ability to communicate, not an ability to construct, thoughtful prose or things like that. So absolutely, that's a great question. But it's something we're definitely conscious of. This is not meant to be a literacy test. It's meant to be a way to convey information about you and who you are as a way to differentiate yourself within the process.
Right. Awesome.
I saw one question I just wanted to respond to, if that's okay, because it'll take 2 seconds.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, perfect. It was just about the MD and DO. And our MD and DO tests are a single test. So if you're applying to DO schools and MD schools, it's a single Casper test that you need to write.
Okay, good to know.
Just because I know there is a lot of overlap in those groups. So.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I lost the question, but
sorry about that.
No worries. The question is essentially, do you get to see your Casper score?
Right. So right now we don't distribute Casper scores to applicants, just like you don't see the score on your personal statement or reference letter. And there's a variety of different reasons behind that. Partially, it's because schools all use the scores differently. So some use it in a formula, some use it in a rubric, some use it just very impressionistically, some use it as a threshold. So you need a minimum X in order to be considered, et cetera. And so we don't want people to self-select themselves out of the process because they may feel like they do or don't have a competitive Casper score. But we have heard that applicants want feedback on this. So we're in the process right now of working with programs to find a way to communicate more information about scores to applicants in a way that also contextualizes them. So it's not just a number, it's a number that has meaning to applicants, or information that has meaning to applicants.
Right. And I think Dr. Gray talks about that a lot, the kind of self-fulfilling prophecy with medical school admission stats and students getting certain MCAT scores only applying to those medical schools, kind of perpetuates that cycle. So that makes sense. All right. Talk about what's a good strategy to answer the questions within the time constraints.
Absolutely. So that's a question we get asked a lot. And it depends a little bit on you. Lee may have some other strategies she wants to add to this as well. But I would say one of the things would be to, first of all, remember that your Casper section is actually being rated just by that rater, and that rater is not seeing other responses. So again, similar to other parts of your application process, don't assume they've read something you've said in another response. But also recognize that rater is seeing you as a snapshot in that particular response. So if you felt that it didn't go so well in your last response, or you really struggled with how to answer that, let that go and start fresh, take a deep breath, and as you approach this question. One of the things I would say, though, after doing the practice test where you become more familiar, is read through all 3 questions when you see how it might be formed, and then take time to make sure you're answering the questions. You can answer them in any order that you want. If there's one that speaks to you and you want to make sure you get something out, absolutely start with that one. So that's not a fixed format in any way, shape, or form. But just make sure you give yourself enough time to respond to all 3 questions, that you've thought through your responses, and that you're really making sure you're authentic to who you are.
Yeah, I just wanted to pop this question up there because I think you kind of just answered it. How do you prioritize those questions? And I think you kind of
Yeah, making sure you respond at least in some way to all three questions is a better strategy than responding to just a single question all at once. Because I'm sure I said this to Ryan as well. We're all familiar with those essays that are really long and don't really answer the question. So to put in a lot of information, but the goal is to make sure you've responded to all three where possible.
Right.
And there, you know what, there are certainly times where you get caught up and you only get 2 questions answered, and that's okay, because as I said before, you know, these raters have done a Casper test, so they understand that, and just realize that you can move on. It's a fresh start with the next Casper question. So if you've been struggling with one and you maybe didn't feel like you got everything out, or you wanted to answer it differently in retrospect, you know, it's a fresh start with the next question or the next section.
Right. All right, a couple more quick questions if you guys have time. So any recommendations, this is a good question, for non-native English speakers or grammar and orthography and vocabulary parameters of the score? We kind of mentioned that already, but do you have recommendations as far as students who may not be as comfortable with English?
Yeah, Leah, again, speak up if you want to jump in as well. I think one of the biggest things here is to recognize it's not about the complexity of the language that you're using. It's about being authentic and responsive. So it's not using highly complex words that really matter. It's the ability to communicate your point. And sometimes that's done in really simple language. Pardon me. And what we've seen is that, in fact, differences for applicants who have English as their second language is actually minimized because of the use of the videos, because it's not reading such dense text. It's about watching a video and understanding the context of the scenario. So that's one of the ways to sort of reassure yourself that you won't be at a significantly disadvantaged because of your English skills. But I think also focus on the fact that you just want to get your point across. You want to communicate that, and sometimes, again, simplistic language is the best way to do that.
Along those lines, and Lee, feel free to chime in if you want. Any shorthand, how is that viewed on the written components?
I can speak to that. So our raters go through some extensive training prior to rating the Casper test, and they're very used to seeing all forms of answers. They see bullet points, they see full sentence responses, and they also do see short form. One of the things that our raters are instructed is to ignore spelling and grammar mistakes, because we know that our Casper applicants are pressed for time, and the most important part is getting their point across, getting that detail in there rather than fixing minor spelling and grammar mistakes. So if it would benefit you and you believe it's clear to use short form, that's for sure okay.
Okay. Great. So, and maybe I'm mistaken, but the reflection component is not actually a written part of the exam. Is that right?
I'm not sure I completely understand this question.
I think what they were meaning is it was my comment, sorry for any confusion, that there was a pause and a reflection opportunity after the scenario. So it's 30 seconds where it gives you a chance to just sort of pause and reflect on the scenario. It's not actually something you would write down or submit as part of your response. It's just an opportunity for you to take a deep breath, think about the scenario, and move on. So that's just something that you would do.
Yeah, and just to highlight that again, the reflection period will happen after you see a Casper scenario and before you're directed to the 5-minute typed response section. So you have that time to take a breather, think about what happened in the scenario, think about how you may respond and what are the most important elements of that scenario to you, and why. And so when you're presented with the 3 questions, you have somewhat of an idea about how you would like to deal with that scenario.
Right. I think just as a pre-med myself, one of the things that is different about this test than probably a majority of the other things pre-meds go through kind of along the process is that it's not quite black and white. They're not answer choices and you're selecting one of them. This is an opportunity for medical schools to get some insight into how you operate, how you think, and to kind of use that to evaluate, whether or not you may or may not be a great fit for their program or different things. So I think it's important, maybe if you guys could kind of speak to that, maybe the difference between kind of the thought process for something like the MCAT or for your undergraduate prereqs, and kind of what, your goal, I guess, was, maybe Dr. Dorr, for creating this test.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of our goal here is that these non-academic situations, these personal, professional, complex situations, don't necessarily have a right or wrong answer. There is a lot of gray area in these scenarios, and that's what tends to make them more complex and difficult. And so our intention there was to develop something that allowed people to speak to it. To give you a sense of the type of person I am, if I'm handling an MCQ that's not maybe as clearly written, I write context down. I'm making this assumption. And I think, a lot of times for multiple choice questions, that's some of the difficulty, is that when you try and take a really complex scenario and say, these are the only 5 options you can do, I may not see myself in any of those options. And what I might choose, I might interpret C as being the most appropriate because I've made some assumptions about that. But the person who was writing the question had other assumptions. So the nice thing about the constructed response is it allows you to get that messiness and that complexity in there as aligned to your own pathway.
Right. That's awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining. Do you have any final thoughts or advice for students, insight into Casper, anything you'd like to share with us before we head out?
I do see one question that was asked a couple of times that I'd like to address. They're asking if within a single response section, if they can refer to question 1, question 3, question 2. And the answer for that is yes. Your raters will see all 3 questions at one time. So you can, although you can't refer to a scenario that happened previously, you can refer to things that you have mentioned in question 1 when answering question 2, if that is relevant, because your rater will see your whole 3 section response in one go.
Awesome.
There were a couple other questions just about technology and things like that. And I'd like to say that please go through the system requirements check and the sample test, both for your benefit, but all so that you understand how the test works, but or you're used to the format, but also to guarantee the best guarantee that your computer and your testing environment is able to run the Casper test smoothly. If there are technical issues on the evening or on the day of your test, again, our support team is here. Reach out through the chat bubble and we'll do the best we can to remedy those issues. One of the things that we highly recommend that may cause that sometimes applicants have issues with is the browser type. So make sure you have Chrome and Firefox downloaded on your computer, updated versions, because if something happens on one version, you can switch to the next. And the information that you have typed previously, it's not going to be lost. So it's best to be prepared and have all that ready to go in the event that something happens.
Of course. Awesome. Well, thank you guys again. We really appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us today, for all the insight into Casper and all the work that you've put into coming up with something, another tool for medical schools to really get a good perspective for that gray area that's not, not seen in some other parts of the application. So,
of course.
Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. And if anybody has any questions that weren't answered, you can reach out to us at support@takecasper.com. Thanks a lot.
I'll just put that in the chat. Awesome. Thank you guys. We'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Have a good night.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a little bit. We'll be back here at 7:30 with Marl, who'll be on Mission Accepted, Dr. Gray's new YouTube I guess, channel, if you will. And we will see you guys back here soon.